Shopify helps you sell at every stage of your business. Like that, let's put it online and see what happens stage.
And now we can settle this like you got some plans, so we can get into some gangster shit. Hey, Chris.
We're gonna get started.
Really just love how much Avenues is willing and able to work with anyone.
You're gonna blow.
The internet is so full of memes about him. Everybody is laughing at him. I actually wonder if if we can have the conversation, is he the Sarah Palin of this campaign? It's very difficult to get back from the levels of humor now being created about him. And the Democrats' response that he's weird, he is weird, and that only works if someone's weird. If I say you're weird or you're weird, it doesn't, well, you're a little weird, but it doesn't really work. It works with him because he's a little strange. He's a little off. Yeah. And I think it's sort of fascinating. Okay. And his doubling down on it is crazy.
Of it all is really interesting because there was something impetuous about the Sarah Palin decision, right? That actually really hurt John McCain.
But not at first.
No, it actually energized him.
Okay.
At first,
Absolutely.
right? Sure.
Yeah. Sugar high. That was the sugar high.
Very brief. But also, all it took was an interview or two, and then it all came crashing down.
Well, and it took Tina Fey too. Remember when she did the imitation of "I Can See Russia from My House," and then suddenly the whole nation realized she was not ready to be vice president.
And the vetting process,
the campaign.
The vetting process didn't really happen too much with Sarah Palin's very infamous for that. I think we might see something a little bit with J.D. Vance that is similar right now. I mean, there's been two pieces already in Politico and Axios at the very least that have the Republican knives are coming out already.
Yeah, let me play some of that. This is from two kind of strong voices on the right talking about the J.D. Vance pick.
Speaking of errors that Republicans are going to have to avoid. So, J.D. Vance is the vice presidential nominee for President Trump. Now, if you had a time machine, if you go back 2 weeks, would he have picked J.D. Vance again? I doubt it.
The attacks on her personally, on whatever her past personally may have been, or calling her a childless lady, none of those are going to work, and they're going to make women second guess their support for what they may have felt for Donald Trump. Bad move.
Matt, I interrupted you, but
J.D. Vance ran worse in Ohio than any Republican by a lot.
Yeah.
If you think about it, he's been palling around with a kind of neo-reactionary Peter Thielite right. The other person who did that and received a ton of money, like 8 figures, the other person who did that the last senatorial go-round was Blake Masters in Arizona.
Who,
Blake
by the way, defended the childless cat lady.
Of course he did, because Blake Masters is a weirdo. Even weirder than I am. You can't win a Republican Senate seat in Arizona. You're doing something wrong. There is this little world of two online kind of edgelordy, we're against the Enlightenment, type of people that Peter Thiel and others have been palling around with for a long time, Curtis Yarvin and so on. J.D. Vance is kind of new to that world. He's been kind of playing around, and they love to edgelord and go to the edge. There is so much out there that he has said that is nonsense that he's going to have to wear. That's a lot worse than cat ladies, and it's a lot worse than some of the things that people are making up about him.
But I think I can sort of put a finer point on weird, if I may. He's sort of doing like a Duolingo version of what he thinks Republicans want to hear, and it sounds lost in translation. Like, the childless thing would still be weird, but it would work if there was an existing sort of idea of this in conservative circles. An idea that people should have more kids, and if you don't have kids, you're evil and you don't get a voice. That's actually not a thing. That you should be penalized. You should be punished. By the tax code. That's not real. I mean, there's plenty of scholarship around declining population and declining birth rates. That's not really what he's talking about. He's talking about punishing people who don't currently have kids, and that doesn't exist inside conservative orthodoxy. So he's not hitting on something that voters are already thinking. It just sounds off, like he's almost saying the thing that you would be red meat, but he's not. And so it sounds bizarre, and we don't even know who it's appealing to.
But I mean, it's also like it's not just weird, but it also doesn't have electricity. I mean, the thing about Donald Trump is he's kind of mean, But he's electric, right? And so when he's on television, you're
He's
compelled
a big personality.
to
Very
follow him
kind
for a
of
minute.
funny,
Yeah.
and he's always touching on something a little bit true. That's the Trump secret sauce.
And so watching him at the Republican convention, I was just sitting there the entire time in my kitchen when I was watching this thing. It's like, this is JD boring. I mean, it's just so not fun. And then they started showing Donald Trump's face. And Donald Trump didn't look like a boss who was taking pleasure in his new employee. He didn't look like a father who was, pleased with his child. He looked like, oh, what did I do?
Maybe even mad at his favorite child.
Because Trump he's a producer. And I think he realized this was not good television, and he had to live with this guy for 3 more months.
Well, and I think the fact that Jennifer Aniston came out and put on her Instagram that, she very much hoped that J.D. Vance never had a female child who couldn't have babies because he was trying to withdraw IVF too, meant that this story in particular cut through the sort of political punditry into the bigger population. And for people who don't care about politics until the week before the election, Jennifer actually saying something hugely influential. She has 50 million followers on Instagram. And we actually, at The Beast, we've got a childless cat lady power list because there are so many women
at the top of that list is
Taylor Swift, Joyce Carol Oates, who's got many more readers and has written many more books than J.D. Vance. Martha Stewart has a daughter, but she's got an honorary mention, Karl Lagerfeld.
Fact-check the cats.
We fact-checked the cat. We've even got the breed of each cat. But he's strangely unable to read the tone because young people now also, there was just new research that came out from the Pew Center this week, actually that young people don't want to have kids
almost 50%.
right now. Right.
Almost 50%.
Surprisingly
But he was chosen. That's exactly what he did.
Right, because he was chosen to just hang around the Great Lakes. And that blue wall that we talked about earlier, he's supposed to be in Pennsylvania. He's supposed to be in Wisconsin. He's supposed to be in Michigan. So that is what they chose J.D. Vance to do, and make sure that wall did not fall.
So look, the talk of replacing him, I think, is a little fanciful, but
like replacing a presidential nominee.
The Business Insider did an entire story about Rule 9, which is how the Republicans did it.
Mike, do you think that, first of all, it wasn't a mistake, and should Republicans roll the dice and try again?
Look, at the end of the day, I don't think the vice presidential pick actually matters. I really don't.
Unless it's J.D. Vance, and
then
I think it actually does.
I'm not sure that I don't think that John McCain lost the race because of Sarah Palin. I think the last time it maybe mattered was 1960 with Johnson and swaying Texas to Kennedy. So this is great for late night television. This is great for our conversations. But at the end of the day, I don't know that it matters. It probably is upsetting to President Trump if he feels like, as you put it, a producer made a bad decision. But
Real talk. Starting a business isn't for the faint of heart. That's why over 1 million entrepreneurs started there.
It's not going to affect the outcome of the election.
Though. I mean, it seems like it's.
But here's how the Sarah Palin choice mattered. It mattered because it was a window into John McCain's decision making.
Yes,
and that he was running on country first, and here he did not put the country first, he put politics first. And so here's Donald Trump, who we're ultimately electing somebody with some judgment, and the person he chose was a weird person who thinks the rest of us who aren't having kids at 23
Palin
years
is the
old
exception that proves.
But it also matters because Donald Trump is 78 and he looked, we saw that he was fragile, obviously, after being shot at. And he may well have post-traumatic stress syndrome, which actually 90% of people who've been shot at do. So not surprising, but he's 78 years old. It's possible that the vice president becomes president. It's not fanciful to think.
And it's also just this, again, I know conservative voters in these states that he is meant to speak to.
Right.
And they're going to church and Bible study, and they're praying for their friends who can't have kids or in their third round of IVF or desperate to adopt. This is not resonating. And the fact that he is having to explain it and is defending it, instead of just backing away from it to end this news cycle,
let's talk
I
about
think
that.
shows that they are very keenly unaware of how it's landing inside their own house.
That's exactly. I mean, look, this is something he said how many years ago?
2021.
Okay. So, well, before he was elected. Before he was elected.
Today again. He's just doubled down.
Exactly.
Said it again.
Exactly. So this is where I'm going with this.
Yeah.
He said this before he was elected to the United States Senate, but now he's doubling down. At some point in public life, you make mistakes.
Right.
You say something wrong. And then how do you deal with that going forward?
Not if you're Trump's running.
Well, that's
Exactly.
I think you can. I actually do think that you can, but this is an area in which he really needs to figure out what his voice is and how he's going to do it. But the real mistake for me was how they're handling it now, not the fact that he was trying to be funny in a weird way.
To Tucker Carlson,
Right. Tucker Carlson
Well, even
years
Tucker
ago.
Carlson, Tucker Carlson looks absolutely gobsmacked that he was saying this shit. It wasn't like Tucker was leaning in, which he sometimes
look, there's
does.
a
You look
cadre on the
bewildered.
right that, they believe that the population
Shout out to y'all in the room. Shout out to y'all in the room. Make sure you retweet the space. Make sure you retweet the space, y'all. We're having a conversation today of whether Trump picked the wrong VP. The reason why we're having this conversation is because J.D. Vance recently had came out like a week or so ago calling Kamala Harris a childless cat lady. And could the comment itself, right, put a damper on his campaign? We don't know. It sounds like it is. Sounds like it's not. Who knows? But I'll replay the clip, right? What you guys are listening to is dialogue with some conservatives. And I'm not gonna hold you, right? I think making a comment like that, even though it was meant to dig at Kamala Harris, yeah, it was definitely meant to dig at her. But was it really kind of like worth it? Some of the conservatives are like, yeah, okay, yeah, I get it, but like, yeah, there's some are like, well, he's weird. He's a weird man anyway, so it was a lot. It just sounds like it was a lot. But yeah, I don't know. I would potentially have an issue with that, and I only say it because I think it's not like super professional to say like I know the goal at the end day is to like kind of like get and solidify your position, but damn. What's up, Vet? Peace to you. You got the floor.
Hey, Kush. Rise and shine, everybody. I just wanted to say, isn't this the guy from the Appalachians? Isn't he like an inbred or something?
He's the dude that wrote Hillbillies Elegantly or something like that. And
Yeah, but like, isn't that like his history?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that says enough in itself, right? I mean, I'm just being honest. Like, you can tell a lot about a person with where they're from. Some people, necromant. Am I saying it right? Am I saying it? Hmm.
No, I'm saying I think you're saying it right.
I know, because I don't want to say the word that means having sex with dead people. I mean, like, how people are born, how people are born and they can kind of pick up their parents' job. It's some N word. I'm sorry, y'all. It's early for me and I'm high. But, but the VP, like, he already, I don't know. Just off of watching that little or like watching that little clip about the book, you kind of got an idea of where his mindset is because like of where he comes from. So I mean, basically
Nepotism,
nepotism. Yeah, thank
not
you.
necrophilia. Nepotism.
Thank you, organizer. I knew.
I
See,
got you.
I was finna say some other shit. I was gonna create some shit between the two. I mess up words real bad, but yeah, I'm gonna stop.
Thank you, organizer. He said, no, not necrophilia. I'm dead. I am dead. But okay, so we're gonna get into this clip. What's up, organizer? Did you have anything you wanted to add?
Good morning. You smell good this morning. How you doing?
Oh, you smell good too. You smell like good credit and like how you washed your hair real good.
Yeah, I got some special shampoo. Um, I'm good though. Yeah, we'll get into to my opinion. I actually think it's a good pick for him, but I have my reasons.
For sure. But yeah, so look, so yeah, like I said, guys, so we're in there having this conversation because he made the comment about the child. He called Kamala a childless cat lady. And for some people, that's an issue. Some people are like, I don't really care. And some people are like, yeah, it's kind of weird. So what we're about to listen to, what I'm about to replay, is the discussion that some conservatives had about this whole thing. That's funny because they compared him to Sarah Palin. Ooh, Sarah Palin, that was a doozy. That was a doozy, boy, I tell you. Who's trying to come up here? You permit. Peace to you, brother. You got the floor.
Hey, good morning, Kush, vet, organizer, people and the listeners. Hope all is well. I just wanted to say real quick before you play that clip, some of us have interviewed people for in hiring, positions of hiring. And when you look at people's resumes, you pick the resume that you think might fit the culture of your organization, the direction you want to put your organization or group. If you are a manager, you get people who you think is going to carry out the company's missions, your goals and objectives of being a leader, and for the future. So just keep that in mind as we listen to these clips, because and also keep this in mind too. Kamala Harris met with George Soros' son last June. So all this stuff was planned. You know who George Soros is? He's the one who funded Black Lives Matter. And where was the largest riots and stuff happening? In Minnesota. Keep that in mind when I land.
No, yeah, most definitely. Hey, guys, also, real quick, before we also get into that clip, right? Make sure you guys subscribe to the YouTube channel, right? Wake and Bake with Kush, right? In addition to that, guys, don't forget about the Black American Business Space Part 8. We are hosting another space later on today. We're going to have hopefully an open discussion, maybe a debate into the Boule versus Black America. And also, don't forget to share and retweet New Vibe CBD dispensary, guys. Please show that Black-owned business some love. Let me re-put that up there in that jumbotron. If you have not shared it, make sure you share it. Show those Black American business owners some love. It'd be greatly appreciated. It's up there in the first dot. What's up, Dr. No? Shout out to my Black Americans in the room.
Childless cat ladies, and that cleanup, I mean, what did you make of it?
Where do we begin with JD Vance? I do think there is a moment now. I mean, the internet is so full of memes about him. Everybody is laughing at him. I actually wonder if we can have the conversation, is he the Sarah Palin of this campaign? It's very difficult to get back from the levels of humor now being created about him. And this, the Democrats' response that he's weird. He is weird, and that only works if someone's weird. If I say you're weird or you're weird, it doesn't, well, you're a little weird, but it doesn't really work. It works with him because he's a little
And don't
strange.
forget to retweet
he's a little
the space.
off. And I think it's sort of fascinating. Okay. And his doubling down on it is crazy.
Of it all is really interesting because there was something impetuous about the Sarah Palin decision, right? That actually really hurt John McCain.
But not at first.
No, it actually energized
his
ticket at first.
Absolutely.
Right, sure.
Very brief.
But all it took was an interview or two, and then it all came crashing down.
Well, and it took Tina Fey too. Remember when she did the imitation of I Can See Russia from My House, and then suddenly the whole nation realized she was not ready to be vice president.
And the vetting process,
the campaign.
The vetting process didn't really happen too much with Sarah Palin's very infamous for that. I think we might see something a little bit with JD Vance that is similar right now. I mean, there's been two pieces already in Politico and Axios at the very least that have, the Republican knives are coming out already.
Yeah, let me play some of that. This is from two kind of strong voices on the right talking about the JD Vance pick.
Speaking of errors that Republicans are going to have to avoid. So, JD Vance is the vice presidential nominee for President Trump. Now, if you had a time machine, if you go back 2 weeks, Would he have picked J.D. Vance again? I doubt it.
The attacks on her personally, on whatever her past personally may have been, or calling her a childless lady, none of those are going to work, and they're going to make women second guess their support for what they may have felt for Donald Trump. Bad move.
Matt, I interrupted you, but
J.D. Vance ran worse in Ohio than any Republican by a lot.
Yeah.
If you think about it, he's been palling around with a kind of neo-reactionary Peter Thielite right. The other person who did that and received a ton of money, like 8 figures, the other person who did that the last senatorial go-round was Blake Masters in Arizona.
who,
Blake
by the
Masters,
way, defended the childless cat lady.
of course he did, because Blake Masters is a weirdo. Even weirder than I am. You can't win a Republican Senate seat in Arizona. You're doing something wrong. There is this little world of two online kind of edgelordy, we're against the Enlightenment, type of people that Peter Thiel and others have been palling around with for a long time, Curtis Yarvin and so on. J.D. Vance is kind of new to that world. He's been kind of playing around, and they love to edgelord and go to the edge. There is so much out there that he has said that is nonsense that he's going to have to wear. That's a lot worse than cat ladies, and it's a lot worse than some of the things that people are making up about it.
But I think I can sort of put a finer point on weird, if I may. He's sort of doing like a Duolingo version of what he thinks Republicans want to hear, and it sounds lost in translation. Like, the childless thing would still be weird, but it would work if there was an existing sort of idea of this in conservative circles. An idea that people should have more kids, and if you don't have kids, you're evil and you don't get a voice. That's actually not a thing.
That you should be penalized.
You should be
by
punished.
the tax code.
That's not real. I mean, there's plenty of scholarship around declining population and declining birth rates. That's not really what he's talking about. He's talking about punishing people who don't currently have kids, and that doesn't exist inside conservative orthodoxy. So he's not hitting on something that voters are already thinking. It just sounds off, like he's almost saying the thing that you would be red meat, but he's not. And so it sounds bizarre, and we don't even know who it's appealing to.
But I mean, it's also like it's not just weird, but it also doesn't have electricity. I mean, the thing about Donald Trump is he's kind of mean, but he's electric, right? Mm-hmm. And so when he's on television, you're compelled
he's a big personality.
to get to follow him.
Kind of funny, and he's always touching on something a little bit true. That's the Trump secret sauce.
And so watching him at the Republican convention, I was just sitting there the entire time in my kitchen when I was watching this thing. It's like, this is J.D. boring. I mean, it's just so not fun. And then they started showing Donald Trump's face. And Donald Trump didn't look like a boss who was taking pleasure in his new employee. He didn't look like a father who was, pleased with his child. He looked like, oh, what did I do?
Maybe even mad at his favorite child.
Because Trump he's a producer. And I think he realized this was not good television, and he had to live with this guy for 3 more months.
Well, and I think the fact that Jennifer Aniston came out and put on her Instagram that, she very much hoped that J.D. Vance never had a female child who couldn't have babies because he was trying to withdraw IVF too, meant that this story in particular cut through the sort of political punditry into the bigger population. And for people who don't care about politics until the week before the election, Jennifer actually saying something hugely influential. She has 50 million followers on Instagram. And we actually, at The Beast, we've got a childless cat lady power list because there are so many women
at the top of that
proud.
list. Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift, Joyce Carol Oates, who's got many more readers and has written many more books than J.D. Vance. Martha Stewart has a daughter, but she's got an honorary mention. Karl Lagerfeld.
Fact-check the cats.
We fact-checked the cats. We've even got the breed of each cat. But he's strangely unable to read the tone because young people now also, there was just new research that came out from the Pew Center this week, actually that young people don't want to have kids
almost 50%.
Right now. Right.
Almost 50%.
Surprisingly
But what he's mad about. That's exactly what he's mad about.
Right, but he was chosen to just hang around the Great Lakes. And that blue wall that we talked about earlier, he's supposed to be in Pennsylvania. He's supposed to be in Wisconsin. He's supposed to be in Michigan. So that is what they chose J.D. Vance to do, and make sure that wall did not fall.
So look, the talk of replacing him, I think, is a little fanciful, but
like replacing a presidential nominee.
As a Business Insider
I'm gonna pause that right there. Organizer, are you still there?
I am.
Now, why do you feel that Trump picked the right VP?
Because the probably the largest single voting group in America is the white male that feels disenfranchised, and that's what JD Vance represents.
Have you read his book?
I haven't read his book. I done heard the Cliff Notes though. And it talks about his struggle coming up in Appalachia, his mama struggling with drugs, prescription addiction. There have been clips or of him in his younger years supporting a form of reparations. I don't know what his position is on that. He hasn't been asked or made any statements regarding reparations since he's been picked for the vice presidential nominee, of course. But he has in the past expressed support for reparations, for specific stuff, not slavery, but for I think redlining and some other stuff that he he's expressed outrage with police brutality in the past. So he does represent a sector of white America, white male America, that don't get much press. And I think that the Democrats calling him weird are going to drive disaffected white males, or white males that feel disaffected at least. We know that they're not necessarily disenfranchised. They might have fumbled their bag, but the ones that feel that way, calling him weird will drive them to defend him.
Okay, I get why you say that. Thanks for explaining that. You got the floor.
I think it was a decent choice for Trump to pick him. Also, economically, white male. The changing of the culture of the United States. JD Vance having his wife Asian Indian descent, which is also top 5 of the communities that have the most wealth in the United States. So that if there are any questions about racism, DE&I, he has the look, the family, and he has 3 kids. Just to keep that on note. His wife is educated, lawyer as well, and they got 3 kids. Mixed, biracial, white, Asian Indian. Huh. Yeah, that's the game now. That's it.
That was an old computer. That just turned anyway.
That's a notification, god damn it, Kush. Hold on. That's why your YouTube channel's in black and
It's an
white.
Intel Inside.
Oh
That's
man,
why
you said my YouTube channel's in black and white. You're a hater.
yeah.
I know it's
Shit
not.
460 that shit, your resolution is 460. That shit ain't even high
That
definition.
you can see the pixels.
Got a big back.
Vet, y'all got computers down there in Georgia yet? I know you hanging out at that gas station off of Habib's Wi-Fi. Don't get back to the subject. Get back to the subject.
He says you still got dial-up in 2024. Arrow, you got the floor.
Hey, how you guys doing? I just got a question. I've always looked it up, but I don't know if this shit is legit or not. Does she not have biological kids, Kamala Harris?
No, she doesn't. She has stepchildren.
Oh, okay. All right. I thought people were just fucking with me when it was all right.
Nah, she ain't got no kids. That's why I also say you gotta be careful about these people if they're not leaving anything for the youth. They say they are for the youth, so you have to, my opinion, not to knock people who don't have kids, because that's people's choices. But I've seen where you got certain individuals that will sit there and sell their community out for a check because they have nothing to look and leave towards. They looking out for themselves. Oh yeah, well I got cousins, I got nieces and nephews and all that. All right, well your decisions also is not helping them out as well. Prime example: Angela, Roland Martin, Carr Anderson, Dr. Carr, Malvern. You know that circle of influence.
But you know what's funny? As we're sitting here having this conversation about JD Vance, Kamala Harris has already managed to. She's already picked her VP, right? And a lot of people are not liking dude. A lot of people are not liking him either.
But you know what? They're not liking him because of what he did in Minnesota. Changing the Minnesota flag. The riots. But he fits the direction that the Democrat Party is moving towards. He fits their culture. He fits their ideology. The Democrats these organizations tell you their culture. Every organization has a mission statement, has a specific culture. The organizations each one of us work in has a specific culture and identity. Who you want, who are we? What do we provide? Who are we going to serve? Who's in our future? Who we going to bring on board? Who's going to get left? I keep telling people, the Democrat Party, the ones who they made policy for, signed executive orders for, that's their future. And we're not part of that future. Because if we were part of that future, they've done something for us after all these years. So keep that in mind when you're looking at these VPs. Do they fit the culture? Do they fit the direction of these groups? Not just the Democrats, Republicans. Look at the Green Party. Look at the Independents. Look at their culture, what they stand for. What have they done? Look at their resume. That'll give you the info. That will tell you the direction that they are going into. That's it.
That's even like, people are now saying that Tim Walz basically he defends pedophilia. Go ahead, Arrow.
Yeah, I think her VP pick was solely based on one thing: Israel. The other guy, Shapiro, is super anti-Israel and he wanted to stop the genocide. So her picking Waltz was her way to tell Israel, shh, if I win, you will be all right. Just relax. That's what this was. It had nothing to do with anything else but Israel.
Well, no, I think it's also a pander to the left, right? He's an extreme progressive. I think Minnesota is a model of extreme progressive politics. You got immigrants taking over; they basically bending over backwards for the immigrants in Minneapolis, the Somali community, and that is the Democrats' vision for America. Now, I think it's a fumble on the Democrats' part because I don't think the middle is as far left as they are. You know what I'm saying? Donald Trump is further to the right, and he made a pick that was closer to the middle. Kamala Harris is further to the left and made a pick that was further left than she is. I don't know if that's the right move because the idea is the middle. Last thing, real quick. Last thing is Donald Trump said, "Grab him by the pussy." And in 2016, 63% of white women still voted for him. These women issues is not gonna reflect. White women are not gender loyal like that, and that shit is not gonna reflect to the Democrats getting the W out of the white women's vote.
Shout out to my Black Americans in the room. Make sure you guys, if you have not, make sure that you retweet the space. And I'll see you guys later on this afternoon for another space, right? Don't forget, guys, we're going to have a conversation about the Boule versus Black America. Don't forget about the Black American Business Space Part 8. And subscribe to the Wake and Bake with Kush. You know what I'm talking about? If you really about that life, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. And I appreciate y'all. And don't forget to show New Vibe CBD Dispensary some love if you have not. I'm trying to find the interview where he made the comment of the childless cat lady. And people are saying because he made that comment, it not only made him look weird, but it could have. Here we go.
What I said is very simple. I think American families are good and government policy should be more pro-family. Now, if the media wants to get offended about a sarcastic remark I made before I even ran for the United States Senate, then the media is entitled to get offended. You know what I'm offended by? I'm offended that normal Americans can't afford grocery prices. I'm offended that Kamala Harris opened up the American southern border and allowed fentanyl to come into our communities. And I'm offended that she wants to be the people's president, but she won't even answer tough questions. That's what I'm offended by. And I think that's what most Americans are offended by, too.
That was him defending the childless cat lady comments. Now, he called her a childless cat lady based off this, right? No, she doesn't have children, not biological children. She has stepchildren from her current husband that she's married to. In addition to that, some people just thought the shit was weird. And I get why they think it's weird, but I also understand why organizer's position is why his position is what it is. But again, like I said before, while Trump has already been picked his VP, Kamala Harris recently has picked her VP. And a lot of people aren't liking this dude. They're not liking him for the number of reasons that managed to some of us that recently discussed it. And then in addition to that, I mean, like, from what I'm seeing in a lot of the threads that I've managed to see with dude's name in there, some people are saying that he supports homosexuality, like or not homosexuality, but pedophilia. People are saying that that's what he supports.
They do. They support it. They don't tell you, but their
And the
behaviors and actions does it.
yeah, and on top of that, the catering to illegal immigrants. Like, so if we're talking about two individuals like Kamala Harris and Waltz that obviously share the same views in some way, shape, or form, bro. So it's kind of interesting how that play out. But go ahead, you permit. I'm sorry.
No, you know, they will not tell you they support it, but their behaviors and their actions tell you they do. And that's something that we need to start looking at. The hell with what is being told to us is what are their actions, how they do things. And you know what I don't understand? Some of us have kids. Damn it, we know your kid will tell you anything you want to hear. But what's the best as a parent? What are your responsibility? You listen to what they say, but you watch their actions and behaviors. Why can't we apply the same damn thing in regular life? They tell you who they are. No, we don't support human trafficking, but guess what? What about the rape trees with the women and underage kids' underwear along the border in some of these areas in New York City had a rape tree? What about the human trafficking? They support prostitution, call it survival work. Kids getting raped. But yet they say they don't support it, but they allow it to happen. Like I said, on another thing, what organizer was talking, white women didn't even vote for Hillary Clinton and supported Trump. Let's not forget that too. So, in my thought process is, if white women didn't support Hillary Clinton and supported Trump, will white women take a step back and allow a woman of color, a black woman, Asian, and allow that allow Kamala Harris to jump over them to get the seat as the first woman? Well, I'm not a biologist. For Kamala Harris to get the first seat in the House over one of them, that's the decision white women are going to have to come to grips. And I think they showed Stacey Abrams their ass in Georgia too, just to put that out there as well. Yeah, all them white feminists. Yeah, that's it. Go ahead, Kush.
You permit? Do you know what a lady is?
Like Reverend Geno Jenkins says in Philadelphia, it's my mama. It damn sure ain't my daddy. It's my grandmama. It's my aunties. It ain't my uncle.
I'm just making sure, so you know, because I know I'm not a biologist either. So
Right. The birds and the bees ain't no. Next subject. Go on.
that look, if Tim Walz managed to actually, they actually fulfill their campaign. I don't know if some people were aware, but he does support children going underneath the knife for bottom surgery. Just throwing that little tidbit out there to do. You
guys.
Tonight,
Go ahead, you permit.
for President Trump's vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance, at the center of a political firestorm over these resurfaced comments made in 2021.
Is that we're effectively run in this country via the Democrats, via our corporate oligarchs, by a bunch of childless cat ladies.
Vance seeming to imply that people without children shouldn't be in government.
You look at Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, AOC, the entire future of the Democrats is controlled by people without children.
Those claims sparking fierce backlash. Democrats opening up a new attack line on the GOP ticket, branding the newly minted pairing weird.
It's not just a weird style that he brings. It's that this leads to weird policies.
It is bizarre. It's weird. It is weird.
Even Friends star Jennifer Aniston, who's spoken publicly about her struggles with infertility, writing on Instagram, Mr. Vance, I pray that your daughter is fortunate enough to bear children of her own one day. Vance initially offering this scathing reply.
First of all, that's disgusting because my daughter is 2 years old. And second of all, if she had fertility problems, as I said in that speech, I would try everything I could to try to help her because I believe families and babies are a good thing. Obviously, it was a sarcastic comment. I've got nothing against cats.
Vance confronted about the issue again on Fox News.
Do you agree
I got
that
nothing against cats. It's crazy.
very much love this country?
You hear that? I got nothing against cats. I just don't like Kamala.
I think Democrats are missing the fact that the Republicans are the party of family values. Having kids is one of the most important family values. What are we talking about here?
That's a good point. That's funny. Make sure y'all retweet the space. But yeah, no, I agree with that part. I do agree with that part.
And are invested in his future, but they also happen to be childless.
Oh, of course I believe that, Trey. And if you look at the full context of what I said, it's very clear the Democrats have tried to take this thing out of context. It's the fact that the Democratic Party has become explicitly anti-family in some of their policies.
Vance's time as Trump's running mate so far, not always going as planned, including this awkward joke about soda that some say landed a little flat.
Well, they say it's racist to do anything. I had a Diet Mountain Dew yesterday and one today. I'm sure they're going to call that racist too, but it's good.
Trump's critics now questioning Vance's value to the now three-time GOP nominee.
Does he keep Vance on the ticket? Where he already has a whole lot of baggage. He's probably going to be more baggage over the weeks because we'll hear more things about him. Or does he pick someone new? It's his choice.
Now, despite these bumps in the road, former President Trump is ignoring the growing criticism of his choice, continuing to call Vance a great pick, and Trump's allies are echoing that defiance. Tom?
The race is heating up. Okay, Allie, we appreciate that.
Thanks for watching. Stay updated about breaking news.
It's like the Democrats are trying to create a narrative within the Republican Party.
Look, hey, organizer, let me ask you this. Do you think a lot of this is just political theater?
You said a lot of it is what political theater? Absolutely. And they're going to learn But all this drama and pettiness does not bring out voters and only hurts the Democrats. The Republicans is going to show the fuck up.
What's up, EJ? Peace to you, bro. You got the floor.
Can you hear me?
Good morning.
Well, I just want to start off the morning by saying good morning. Better. Have a good day done on Saturday night. And I love the feeling I have with that lady. So, man, now I think that I don't necessarily even care one way or another about Trump VP, but I will say that, to be honest with you, and we know that a lot of these Democrats are shit, like that shit crazy. Like, let's be real about it. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Like, to be going around here advocating for people to abort their babies and kill their babies all the time, and then for you to be one of these women that run around here preaching that shit to everybody. But you know, your husband had 2 kids and you still have any of your own. It's kind of weird. You know? Like, I'm just gonna leave it at that.
Yeah, I feel you. Hey, y'all, listen. I got 25 people in the room, and I got like 9 retweets. Can we make sure we retweet the space? It'd be greatly appreciated. A retweet is free. You know what I'm talking about? It's free. The free 99. I feel like I should change the title of this room, The Battle of the VPs. Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy. Yeah, that's something serious. I don't know, man. Like, I'm not, listen, when I listened to the entire speech that he did give like a week or so ago, I'm not gonna hold you. I got weird vibes from him too. I did get weird vibes on him, and I got weird vibes because of like the quote unquote jokes that he were making. They weren't like super funny. They were just kind of like a little chuckle here, da 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 da. And he did mention some things. I don't know, man. When I get to talking about this be kind of like stressing me out sometimes. It's funny though. But we're gonna get into this other clip too. Thank you guys for retweeting the space. Greatly appreciate it. Make sure you guys, if you guys like the conversation, make sure you guys join me tonight at 4:00 Eastern Standard Time. We're gonna have a conversation about the Boule versus Black America. Don't forget about the Black American Business Space Part 8. Subscribe to the YouTube. We'll Wake and Bake with Kush and Shove New Vibe CBD Dispensary some love. That's all up there in the Jumbotron, y'all. It's a black-owned business. It's a black-owned business.
Find the motivation to do the things. The vice presidential possibility for J.D. Vance appears to be on life support, with rumors flying that he may be removed from the ticket, with gaffe after gaffe after gaffe. Where to even start? There have been some wild email leaks from J.D. Vance exchanging emails with a former Yale Law School classmate who is transgender. And there are a bunch of interesting things here to talk about. But importantly, the picture I come away with is that J.D. Vance is a much more reasonable individual than his recent statements make him seem. That doesn't make him a better person for being willing to do this public 180 and say,
Councilman, peace, power, reparations to you. You got the floor.
Hey, yeah, good morning. Good morning. Yeah, definitely. Hey, first of all, today is my birthday, so you're the first live I came on to, so I wanted to come because I love your introduction. I always think about this. Yeah,
Oh,
right.
wait, hold on. My birthday is 7 days away.
Oh, shoot. Leo gang, that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, well, I'm going to wait to say happy birthday to you. But so I do want to say this to the topic, right? I've been saying this from the beginning, that when you pick a VP pick, the purpose of the VP pick is to grab an audience where you're weak at. And I think that sometimes Trump's arrogance doesn't see his weakness. Like, have you ever asked somebody, hey, what's your strength? And they can give you all their strength, but then when they give you their weakness, well, I really don't have no weaknesses. But that means that you're not like self-aware, that you really don't know yourself and to know where you're not strong at. And when you don't know where you're not strong at, your enemy does. And that's the thing about it. And I've said this for a while, Trump doesn't really surround himself with people that he listened to. It's the reason why a lot of his advisors he's always got rid of, a lot of the people that's been around him he's always got rid of. But J.D. Vance, I said, he brought in the same audience that Trump already was speaking to. Like, he didn't bring in anything new. He didn't bring anybody new to the table. So if you don't bring anybody new to the table, then how can you say that you're, a strong candidate? When Obama got Biden, we knew that, he was going towards a lot of the, older white males that he brought in. Sarah Palin, was trying to grab towards a younger audience. So when you look at your VP pick, even Kamala Harris with Joe Biden, but J.D. Vance, and the sad thing about it is Trump has this certain type of persona about himself that he can get away with certain things. And you've seen too many individuals try to have that same type of bravado, that same type of language that Trump can, get away with. But only Trump can do that. Like, he really is, in that space to where he can say, dumb stuff like, I can shoot somebody in broad daylight and people will still vote for me. Well, not everybody can say that. Not everybody has that same type of MAGA, cult-like, regardless how people want to say it, but it's still like a cult-like, behavior. And J.D. Vance doesn't have that. And so, with him on stage and a lot of the rhetoric that he's saying, he's trying to, be a kind of Trump-like. And then at the same time, too, and I'm going to land right here, the fact that he was so anti-Trump, call him the Nazi Hitler. I'm pretty sure all of his friends are surrounding his wife, right? Like, for him, the comments that he's made about his wife, yeah, she's not white, but I still love her. You know what I mean? Like, it's just some of the cringiest stuff. And so at the end of the day, it's like now you got two individuals making these same crazy comments. Like, we can't put out both fires. Like, it's like they're trying to one up each other. So yeah, I can see him getting removed off the ticket. But I mean, you're talking about a sabotage, a death to a campaign. I mean, yeah, you could probably rebound from it, but at the end of the day, I just think it's a sad look. And I've been saying this for a while. Kamala Harris, given the fact that they waited, and her VP pick came out just swinging, right? Like, my man came out with no problem. Letting people know that I want all the smoke. So yeah, I can see that being a real serious issue, and you can see it amongst some of the mega followers. Some of the diehard Trump supporters. And the way in which they're attacking. Like you always say, listen to the people that's around the person, how they talk about you. Because that person that you close to ain't going to talk about you like that, but their friends is going to let you know that, hey, I know that they talk about you. And listening to the Trump supporters, you can tell that, there's some serious concern in that camp.
Yeah. Can you name the Trump supporters you're referring to? Because I've heard that from the Democrats and from the media, but I haven't heard the criticism from the Trump supporters themselves.
Okay, so I can give you this from the beginning, right? So I used to be a Republican. So the day that Trump announced that he was going to be running, right, there was already a split within the Republican Party. So I don't know exactly who you connect with or who you hang with or whatever like that. But I know that even here in California, because I'm an elected official, so I'm around a lot of individuals that are political consultants. So these are the conversations that are being had amongst political consultants. These are the conversations that are being had. I mean, even when you look at the mayor of Arizona, right? Like, look at the video of the mayor of Arizona and a few other Republicans in Arizona, Mesa, Arizona, coming out saying that, morality needs to be a top priority, and they're choosing to not support. Matter of fact, they endorsed Kamala Harris. As a matter of fact, there's a Republican for Harris call that's going to be coming on. And so these are individuals who, see the country over the party. And so there's a split within the Republican Party that has been asked for Trump to not even be the nomination. So, and that was after the felony convictions. And so, and even before then, there was people who was already, shifting themselves from saying that they didn't want to be a part of, this whole thing. It's one of the reasons why I didn't run for U.S. Congress. I ran for U.S. Congress as a Republican in 2022. And I refused to run again because I didn't want to be on this clown kind of ticket. And I was endorsed by the National Party. I was endorsed by the California Republican Party. I was endorsed by the NRCC. So I'm speaking from someone that was endorsed, by the campaign and by a lot of individuals who were MAGA supporters. And so when I'm speaking, I'm not just speaking like something I just grabbed out of thin air. These are conversations that I'm having with individuals who are big donors. My FEC filing to show you I had big donor support. I was endorsed in Ken Calvert, who's the chairman of the Appropriations Committee, been in Congress for 32 years. Mark Meadows, who was the White House Chief of Staff. You look at some of the people who are endorsing Kamala Harris, that were a part of Trump's administration. So that should kind of tell you something right there.
Yeah, what he said. Go ahead, EJ. You got the floor.
Okay, okay. First of all, happy birthday, Councilman. Happy early birthday to my sister Chris. No, I was gonna say, there's an angle that they could play up. They be veiled like bushes.
I'm dead.
You ain't bullshit that.
He do like that stuff. He do like that. That's crazy though, ain't it? Hold on, y'all, real quick. Cause y'all think I'm playing about retweeting that black owned business. Y'all tripping. Hold on. Wait a minute. We're gonna play this interview real quick. I want y'all to hear this interview. You guys are crazy. Retweet the
Hello. Welcome to New Vibe CBD Dispensary,
commercial
located downtown
intermission.
Indianapolis, 333 East Ohio, Suite 100, Indianapolis, Indiana,
Commercial
46204.
break.
Today we have all of our disposables, our cartridges, our clearance items, nicotine. We have a selection of great gummies, all types and sorts of great gummies. Just 8 drinks, 9 drinks, CBD drinks in the fridge. Our newest drink is the Galaxy drink, a wonderful drink. Glass items, really nice glass items. We have a humidor with our cigars in it, Robustos, cigars, and the cigars are buy
Can y'all
one, get
explain to
one
me
half
how I
price
got
every
38
day.
people in the space and only got 18 retweets?
Stepping
Come on,
back
y'all.
here
Let's have
into
this
our
conversation. What
CBD
y'all worried
area,
about? What y'all scared
we have
of?
all of our CBD items for
Yeah,
aches,
commercial
pain,
intermission.
sleep, stress, anxiety. We have CBG and CBD. We have different rubs and different oils for aches and pains. We even also have doggy treat CBD and doggy tinctures CBD, and another wide variety of items for aches and pains. We also carry sea moss, and we have more tinctures, CBD, CBG, and different types of tinctures.
Yeah, retweet that room.
Over here we have edible body scrub.
All right, I'm gonna pause that right now because y'all think I'm playing. Watch. All right, so we're gonna get into JD Vance petition like a pussy.
Vance appears to be on life support, with rumors flying that he may be removed from the ticket, with gaffe after gaffe after gaffe. Where to even start? There have been some wild email leaks from J.D. Vance exchanging emails with a former Yale Law School classmate who is transgender. And there are a bunch of interesting things here to talk about. But importantly, the picture I come away with is that J.D. Vance is a much more reasonable individual than his recent statements make him seem. That doesn't make him a better person for being willing to do this public 180 and say, I love Trump, Trump's great, everything Trump's doing is great. It actually makes him just as despicable. But my instinct that Vance probably still believes the things he used to say and probably still hates Trump are almost certainly true. Quotes from J.D. Vance's emails, which you can review in the New York Times. Quote, I hate the police. Inflation sucks, so why not do something about it? Starting your business is a game changer. You can start one today. I can't imagine what a black guy goes through. That doesn't sound like MAGA Trumpism. That doesn't sound like the 2024 edition of J.D. Vance. Quote, I'm obviously outraged at Trump's rhetoric. There have always been demagogues willing to exploit the people who believe crazy S. Next week, I'll be able to say the full word once we're off radio and TV. That is a statement that is very much the old J.D. Vance and very much unlike the new J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance in these emails, quote, the more white people feel like voting for Trump, the more black people will suffer. Uh-oh, that doesn't sound like MAGA Trumpism at all. Previously, in these uncovered emails about Donald Trump, quote, he's just a bad man,
Organizer, you hear that? He got emails with a Transformer Decepticon.
That's the same emails where I was talking about, where he put in some like he kind of supported reparations. Those are the same emails. I don't know if they gonna say that part though.
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna say that part either, but they
Hey, but see, Kush, I just want to say something that's the person that they need. You know what I mean? You want to be the polar opposite because at the end of the day, you want to reach that group. And if he was that JD Vance, it'd be a stronger ticket for him. But because he kind of transformed and became the mega Vance, that's where the issue is at. You're supposed to still be the person that can reach that audience. With that type of message from the emails, he will reach people. And so I think that's where the problem is at. You know, I picked you to be the person that I read, that I heard you on the campaign, still hate me. Get on stage and still hate me, don't like me, you know what I mean? Tell people, hey, but at the end of the day, we need balance. And that's a conversation that you're supposed to have. But if you get there and you change who you are, that means, politics is going to be your future. And you just as worse as anybody else in politics is not thinking about the people.
But at the same time, don't you think Trump did their Oppo research on dude, knew that this was gonna be a issue, and picked them anyway on purpose just so they could have this conversation, right? Like basically, the left is painting JD Vance the way that Trump wants him to be painted right now.
But not really. You got to think about it from this perspective, right? Your enemy will hold on to stuff for the right opportunity, and so, maybe they might not have had access to the person who had those emails, right? Like, there's people that are sitting with stuff that you might not even know it exists. It's like an old grudge, right? You don't know that you'd offended somebody until all of a sudden you at your highest moment, you shining, you in the
No, he
spotlight.
knew he was a
Uh,
never Trumper. That was public knowledge. He knew he
I
had
get,
called
I
him
get, no,
Hitler.
I get,
That was public knowledge.
no, I get, no, I get. I'm talking about these emails and everything that's kind of surfaced, because you would have to have got ahead of it and been on board with it, and share with it and said, because I remember I had a conversation with some few heads in the Republican Party, and they didn't want me to mention the word reparation, and they kind of wanted me to kind of trickle it with the opportunity zone language, and I'm like, well, opportunity zone is not reparations, it's not the same thing. But they didn't want me to mention the word reparation. They didn't want me to use the term reparation because I was on the news talking about reparations. So I can see where they could have spent it, and I just don't think that they had access to that email because whoever had those emails didn't come forward until now that he's a pick. Like, okay, I'm sitting on some money, and when you sitting on some money, somebody sold them emails for an opportunity. Whoever had them emails got a check behind it.
come
But
on, Black
we
America.
all know
Go
white
ahead, EJ.
supremacy take. I can say one thing that we know is that white supremacy take both sides of the argument.
That is true. Come on, y'all. Make sure y'all to get them retweets out. Go make it hot for motherfucking cook girl boy. Go ahead, and get them retweets out. Do do do.
Morally reprehensible human being. JD Vance hates Trump. He used to be very public about it. He now pretends not to because he is going to be a heartbeat away from a 78-year-old obese guy from the presidency. But it's pretty damn clear that J.D. Vance hates Trump. He also is stepping in it with comments that those who are not parents should have less of a voice than parents. This isn't good, and this is angering people on the left, but it's also angering people on the right who believe this is the exact wrong direction that they should be going in. When you go to the polls in this country as a parent, you should have more power. You should have more of an ability to speak your voice in our democratic republic than people who don't have kids. Let's face the consequences and the reality. If you don't have as much of an investment in the future of this country, maybe you shouldn't get nearly the same voice. Now, people will say, and I'm sure the Atlantic and the Washington Post and all the usual suspects will criticize me about this in the coming days. Yes. Well, doesn't this mean
Yes.
that non-parents don't have as much of a voice as parents? Doesn't this mean that parents get a bigger say in how our democracy functions? Yes, absolutely. Yikes. I mean, listen, I don't know that you need a deep political analysis to understand why saying, by definition, at the top level, just definitionally, non-parents should have less of a say and parents should have more of a say. And now, of course, we have replacement speculation swirling. Independent reports Republicans are beginning to have second thoughts about J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance is faltering in the Midwest, a big problem for the GOP. Donald Trump may replace J.D. Vance within 10 days, according to Chuck Schumer. This is really not going well, really not going well. Here is J.D. Vance saying that the Harris campaign is against children, which is very much not the case.
This is about criticizing the Democratic Party for becoming anti-family and anti-child. We have to ask ourselves, Megyn, why do we have masking of toddlers years after the pandemic ended? Why do we have the Harris campaign coming out this very morning, Megyn, and saying that we should not have the child tax credit, which lowers tax
That's a lie.
rates for parents of young children? It's because they have become anti-family and anti-kid. And I'm proud to stand up for parents, and I hope that parents out there recognize that I'm a guy who wants to fight for you. I want to fight for your interests. I want to fight for your stake in the country, and that is what this is fundamentally about. The Democrats in the past 5-10 years, Megyn, they have become anti-family.
Wait, but you know what's funny though? The same people that JD Vance is on the side on, right? You know, on the side of MAGA side or whatever the case you want to call it, on Trump's side, they have an issue with his wife not being white. Like what? Oh, let me be quiet. That's another cup of tea to sip.
Built into their policy, it's built into the way they talk about parents and children, and it's time that we called that out. I don't think we should back down from it, Megyn. I think
no, maybe not back down, but maybe tell the truth. He says that the Kamala Harris wants to cut the child tax credit. Recall that the Biden-Harris administration grew the child tax credit to $3,000 per child and $3,600 for kids under 6, made it automatic with advanced monthly payments to qualified families. And it was the Biden-Harris administration that wanted Congress to make the credit permanent. J.D. Vance is lying. J.D. Vance is panicking. And if you want just one last little anecdote about how poorly things are going for J.D. Vance, here is J.D. Vance speaking before Trump at Trump's deranged St. Cloud, Minnesota rally, which we will get to later. And Fox News just cutting away. All righty. Well, we've been listening to J.D. Vance at the Trump rally in Minnesota. And Tom. All right. Yeah, we're going to get away from that, aren't we? Not going to stick with this guy. This is a downward spiral. And if J.D. Vance makes it to November, it won't be because Trump's not disgusted with what's going on and the coverage and the things he's saying. It will be because Trump's ego won't allow him to admit that he made a mistake. Now, Chuck.
Organizer, is JD Vance still your man?
I said I didn't say he was my man. Trump ain't my man. What I said was he was a good pick. I feel like this narrative is coming from the Democratic Party because again, nobody can. I think Chuck Schumer is the only person that's been actually named, that has said, "Oh, there may be a replacement for this pick." I'm just looking at it completely objectively. There's no evidence of this.
So you don't think that a lot of these Republicans that are coming out endorsing Kamala?
I don't think that has anything to do
kinda
with J.D. Vance. I think that they were never Trumpers and they were always going to be never Trumpers. I think that's a top of the ticket problem. I don't think these attacks on J.D. Vance from the left are affecting. I think that the idea that it's affecting. I think that's an attack in and of itself.
So would you agree that there's a split? There's a Republicans and then there's a Trump Republicans.
But it's a Trump. That's the top of the
And
ticket problem. Well, we're discussing J.D. Vance now.
Right. And so So do you think JD Vance boosts Trump's
I
ticket?
think I don't know if you were here when I first made my first analysis. I think that JD Vance represents the white male voter that feels disenfranchised. And yes, I think he boosts that's part of, like, that's a lot of Trump's base, and I think he solidifies that part of Trump's base. And I think attacks on him, calling him weird, and his odd family values takes, those are white male takes, like real white male takes. Like, and they may not be in the media like that, but it ain't weird to white male America that's looking to find a family, settle down, and have some kids, and feel like that they're being replaced in America.
So I just want to get this straight. So white males feel disenfranchised under Trump, and you go and you pick a white male who's married to an immigrant to try to connect to white males.
You're adding an element.
I'm just asking. I mean, how does that work? I mean, explain the logics behind that pick, right? Like the ideal of it is to pick someone that closely represent what make you feel disenfranchised to, and you go and you pick the polar opposite, someone who's actually favorable of. I mean, apparently with some of these emails, it's not some of the issues that white males are in support of. I mean, we see that time and time again.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
that's
there's more
his
white
public
males.
persona. Those are the emails. Those are private. That's private. Remember, that's an expose. That wasn't his public. Hillbilly Elegy is his public persona.
You know what? That's a good point. I didn't think about it like that though, organizer. I didn't think about it like that. But real quick, before we get to fish and grits, the question that's been posed by the observer: What what if those Republicans who are supporting Kamala were the former Democrats who they wouldn't support Obama and switched to Republicans?
Well,
We'll let y'all marinate on that one. Fish and grits, peace to you, brother. You got the flow. What's up, Chef C?
Now, I just wanted to say something. You talking about Trump being married to an immigrant. They don't care that Trump's married to an immigrant. Trump's married to a white woman, like per se. Like, so they don't
no,
really
we was
care
talking
about
about
this. Not
JD
that,
Vance,
that
not
yeah.
Trump.
Oh, JD Vance. I don't know. I got to
Yeah,
look up on him.
he's
I'm like
married to an
look up.
Indian.
So look, so
Indian.
Yeah.
hold on, real quick, Fresh and Grits. So look, this is the thing, right? So JD Vance is married to Usha Vance, and Usha is an Asian Indian, just like Kamami, right? And with that being said, with some of the views of MAGA, they were saying, word out there on the street is that MAGA has an issue with the fact that he has a non-white wife in some way, shape, or form.
I mean, for the hardcore staunch, I say he's a hillbillyologist. Yes, him not having a white. Yes, that does play a part. That does, yeah.
So now that he's managed to call Kamami a childless cat lady, people are like, dude, you didn't put your position as VP in jeopardy by making the weird comments. Some people really thought that it was weird, and I get why they thought it was weird, but I also understand this, like there's a tactic that may have been behind that, and maybe I'm overthinking it. Maybe it's the Louis talking. I don't know. You know what I'm talking about? But to call somebody a childless cat lady, that's a really big dig, because then it started to get into questions of, wait, she doesn't have biological children. She has children. She has stepchildren from her husband who was previously married to a white woman. And even though that they all may have a good relationship, Vance is like, I'm not taking no advice from somebody who ain't got no kids. And then Jennifer Aniston was like, hey, listen, I hope your daughter's able to have kids, blah, 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 blah. He makes his little, and this comments like, ew, that's disgusting. She's 2. But if she couldn't conceive, I would do anything I could to help her. There's a lot that goes along with this. There's even been talk that the book that was written about him was even a fake, and the movie was also fake. It was just something to better appeal, or could have just simply been propaganda, as a lot of us know. But black majority state with the good hat, the good credit, with the good information is on the stage, y'all. So black majority, you got the floor.
Okay, man, I appreciate that
Oh my
intro.
god, I can't hear you.
Can't hear
Black
me.
majority, drop down and come back up.
Okay.
Man, they hating. It ain't even that early in the morning. They hating on the space. Hey, make sure y'all check out Chef C's channel on their next. Hold on, let me get that link up. I thought I posted it. Maybe I did. Let me get that up there. Yeah, on their next podcast. Y'all check that out. Make sure y'all subscribe to that man's channel, and don't forget about the Wake and Bake with Kush. Do.
All right, so now a good question, because last night before I got home, I got to a good conversation with a young brother that was in the middle. He didn't want to vote for Kamala. He's not voting for a Democrat, but he can't see himself voting for Trump. How do we engage those people since we have a little bit of time right now?
Say that one more time.
How do we basically swing our message to people that's right in the middle? Because I met a young brother yesterday who seen me with my mega hat on, and we got into a good conversation. I got a few of our talking points through to him and why I'm voting for Trump, about anti-immigration, how immigration affects black people. But he was still in between of not voting for. He's not voting for no Democrats, but he can't see himself voting for Republicans. How do we engage those people?
So basically, like, he for the couch, right?
He's basically leaning that. But he was basically he's saying he can't. He's saying that the couch is not an option, and the couch ain't an option either. Not voting is not an option, but the two parties that's up. He can't do. But how do we engage them?
I'll just be honest with you. Like, for me personally, like, I don't feel like I need to try to convince or try to persuade somebody to go some kind of way in a political way. That's your decision to make, but you need to understand this. Whatever decision you choose to make is not only just going to affect the collective, economically, socially, and a lot of other things, even how we deal with foreign policies, but it's going to play a role in how your life is going to be and what happens here in the United States on this land. Like, and I'll say this, right? So, for those of you guys who are or are not familiar, I said this before, and I'll keep saying this again. During Biden's administration, Putin and Kim Jong-un have managed to make an alliance. Now, when I say they made an alliance, they like, hey, look, you scratch my back, I scratch yours kind of situation. You know what I'm talking about? That doesn't sound good for the U.S. And I'll tell you why it doesn't sound good for the U.S. You have two individuals that have access to weapons of, I would say, mass destruction. I mean, top-notch technology and resources out the ass. If that's what, if they want to take it there, they'll take it there. Now, Biden is like, listen, if NATO basically got to make a move, then NATO got to make a move. And it's already a big issue for me, respectfully, as a Black American, that Biden and Harris are all for, let's take care of this war over here, and there's a war over here onto this land. And they don't want to address that. I can say that much. But at the same time, neither party is talking about reparations for both sides of us as Black Americans. Trump isn't saying anything about reparations. Neither is Vance. Neither is Kamala Harris and Waltz or Biden or Obama or anybody even on that side. So I'll just say this, in a long story short, that's your cup of tea. I don't have to sip from it. Does that make sense?
I understand.
Did anybody else want to answer this question?
Yeah, I want to add a little bit to that, and in all honesty, sometimes I ask people, where are they voting from? Because in some places, who you decide to vote for as president is not going to matter, and I encourage people, don't get stuck on the one vote, the one seat on the ticket, and you miss out on everything else that could affect your community, affect you locally. Because if you're going to use that as an excuse not to vote, just remember that's not the only thing that's on the ballot this upcoming election. And so you may be in an area like I'm in California, right? voting. The presidency is decided already in California. Like Trump will not be winning California, so there's not even a discussion to be had on that. And so, but the rest of the ballot is important. You know, who my state senator is going to be, who my state assembly is going to be, who's going to be on the water board. You know, those issues are important. So a lot of times we get stuck on those two candidates, and we realize that, hey, there's more important items to be discussed and to be talked about. I think because it's a presidential election, you give more attention to it. But if you look 2 years from now, you're not going to have nearly the same attention as a gubernatorial election, because most folks don't really care. I'm not going to say care about the governors, but they don't really focus on the governor's seats and those other races that are important to their states, which is really interesting. You would think so. I would just encourage whoever that is to, hey, make sure you still stay engaged and vote, because there's some things that may be affecting your city. There may be a measure on there, a tax increase that you might not even be aware of. Like right now in California, I give you an example. We pay 10 cents for every grocery bag. So when we go to the grocery store and when they ask you, you want a bag? Like, yeah, that's 10 cents. And we voted for that. There's some folks that voted to pay for grocery bags when you go to the grocery store. So, be mindful of what you vote for and pay attention to.
Hey, Black America! Thank you guys for coming in. Don't forget about tonight's space, 4:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I normally don't do Wednesday afternoon spaces, really afternoon spaces at all. But in this case, it was requested for me to do a space, an open discussion about the Boule versus Black America, right? So make sure you guys tune in there. Black American Business Space Part 8. Part 8, guys. We are on Part 8. And let's see. Wake and Bake with Kush on their next podcast. Thank you guys for coming in. Make sure you retweet the room if you have not. We're going to finish up this clip because y'all got good credit. You know why I love my Black American family? Because, baby, when we come in, baby, we come in deep. We come in deep. Do-do-do-do.
Schumer is saying this guy's got 10 to 12 days left before he's replaced. There are rumors about Trump's realizing that, especially now that he's running against Kamala Harris and not Joe Biden, Nikki Haley would have been the smart decision. Now, Nikki Haley may have been a smart decision regardless, because so many of Nikki Haley voters said,
Commercial.
as a Verbo host,
Commercial.
I always try to think about when I get together with friends.
Okay, no,
I don't know that I'm just going to switch to Trump if it's not Nikki Haley. In fact, many of them said I won't. Some of them said I'll vote Biden. Some of them said I'll stay home. Vance seems to bring Trump nothing electorally, just absolutely nothing. On the other hand, Nikki Haley seems like she would provide Trump with a useful chunk of the electorate. So rumors are flying. I have no idea whether it's plausible Trump is going to replace J.D. Vance, but it is going absolutely terribly no matter how you measure it. And by the way, this is sort of, it's not super relevant, but it goes to the idea that Vance probably hates Trump. The person who really seems to hate Trump is J.D. Vance's wife, Usha Vance. I tweeted about this, and you can find video of them doing a diner stop in St. Cloud, Minnesota. She genuinely seems miserable, and we know that she previously has referred to Trump as appalling and genuinely seems to find him disgusting. She is struggling. If you watch the video from this diner stop, and I wish I had it ready, but this just came to mind. It looks like a hostage video. She looks like she's there under duress, seems to want nothing to do with these photo ops. And if I had to guess, both of the Vances don't like Trump. J.D. Vance has decided this is all worth it to be a heartbeat away from the presidency. Usha Vance seems less clear on that. So we'll see how it all continues. And speaking of St. Cloud, Minnesota, after the break, just wait till you see how wrong this rally went. Data brokers are constantly gathering vast amounts of information about your online activities, address, phone number, email, financial details, even political affiliations. Anyone, including your ex or your boss, can easily find your personal information on public data search sites. They sell this data to other companies, the FBI and NSA, even buy this data in bulk to monitor Americans without a warrant. These data set lists are also where scammers and spammers get your information to send, call, text, and email you. But you can stop them. Our sponsor, Incogni, sends...
Oh, man, that was it. I ain't heard about that, bro. Yeah, y'all. That's ah. Tim Walsh has something to say about JD Vance as well. That's hilarious.
I'm Millie, a content creator, coach, and
I don't know,
business owner.
y'all.
If I had to start my
I'll say it like I said before. Yeah, I definitely do think some of this is like political theater, but who knows? They done came out with it. Hold on, who's trying to come up here? Okay, cool. So I'll make sure somebody come up here. Yeah, I don't know. I think a lot of this is hilarious. This is hilarious. Black majority state. Can you say something?
Okay, can you hear me now? Can you hear me
Yes.
now?
Yes, I hear you. You got the floor.
Awesome, awesome. Okay, yeah. So I probably missed some of the space, but what I was gonna say when the cat mom came up, Kamala cat mom, and the fact that JD Vance has this foreign wife, and I heard that part where she's struggling with it. Um, two things. So one, the Kamala cat mom plays well to the demographic, which is really all under the feminism umbrella, where you have this career-minded woman who's going to sacrifice the natural part of herself in order to advance her career. She's this career-minded boss lady, boss girl, all these images that they have out there. And so she plays really well to that audience, but also in the L part of the LGBTQ, there's also some relevance to that, because what I've noticed in lesbian couples is, not always, but occasionally, you will find that a lesbian woman who's the man, the stud, will find a woman that has children. And so she kind of plays this other mother, fatherly role, but also in heterosexual couples where the woman is this boss mentality. She is cool with the fact that a man may have kids and she could play the stepmom, but she doesn't herself have to actually have kids. So I think for that demographic on the left side, it works perfectly for them. The Republicans may or may not agree with that. But the other thing that the Republicans crave, and you see it a lot whenever there's a person of color in their midst, is having the idea that they are colorblind and that they are open to all. They're open to everyone. They tend to highlight people who are not white as much as they can and boost them into the public eye to make it seem as if they're open to other people that are non-white, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I think part of that, the optics of it, at least from the Republican side, they were probably looking at it as a way that they can get a white guy, but they can also get a person of color on stage to make it look as if they are this, multicultural, colorblind, party, and bring some of those people in as well. So that's the way I saw it.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree, and it does kind of work out, but I don't know. Like I said, we heard a little bit of a discussion of some of the conservatives when they were having a conversation about said comment that Vance had made, and they compared him to Sarah Palin, and I said, "Damn, Sarah Palin." Now we all know who Sarah Palin is. Um, I'm not even gonna say that she's an interesting character because I don't think that she's an interesting character. Uh, but check this out. Walt has something to say about JD Vance and Trump's politics in general.
I know you're not going to get into the process, so don't worry. But I don't have to tell you. I mean, you're a pretty popular choice out there. You've kind of been on the rise over the last week. How does that feel?
Well, it's always an honor to be in that, but look at that dream team of Gretchen and Josh. Just look at the enthusiasm that's out there. And what's happening is it's coming from people. People are looking for something different. And look, 20 years of teaching school, I'm just going to say it, feels like the first day of school. Everything's possible. We're exciting. The rooms are clean. The building smells great. The kids are coming in new clothes. It's that politics of joy, the politics of the possible.
Actually, we're real quick. Hey, Black Majority State, how do you feel about Tim Walz?
So Tim Walz, he's a transgenderist, meaning he wants to facilitate the changing of genders of school children, and he's an immigrationist. He is at the center of the Somali takeover of the state of Minnesota. I have nothing but I'm not going to call it hatred for him, but he is definitely a devil in wolf's clothing in every way, shape, and form. I could never vote for him. I could never vote for Kamala. What he did in Minnesota, he will do at the national level, and Kamala is in lockstep with all of it. So that is the perfect ticket for what their policies are and their agenda is. But it is absolutely negative in every way, shape, and form for Black American descendants.
Okay, I agree to that. I had put something up there in the Jumbotron, Cushtron, whatever y'all want to call it, right? Was that how he fueled the BLM riots in 2020? Uh, Minnesota changed their flag to basically resemble Somalia. Killed old people with COVID, nursing home scandal. You know, that COVID nursing home scandal thing was serious. For those of you guys who, like, I'll even say even what happened in the hospitals too. Like, I remember them being stories of them saying, like, if people had came in with COVID, they were put in a certain room at a hospital basically just to die. Like, that's a lot. That's a lot to take in. Um, he is definitely for children having quote unquote bottom surgery. Like it was Dwayne Wade. Is that his wife or his son daughter, whatever you want to call it? He was the one that I guess allegedly had cut off his orifice um, to become a girl. That's a lot. If anybody wants to come on stage, you're more than welcome to come on stage. Just let me know and I'll pause the clip. But I'm gonna get into this clip as well. This one says Trump collapses when asked to defend picking of JD Vance.
The walls are just, everything's coming off the walls around Donald Trump. Why JD Vance? Why did you only gain 0.2% in polling after surviving an assassination attempt, having a terrible debate performance by Joe Biden, the RNC? Why did you only get 0.2 and why is JD Vance hurting us? These are the questions panicking MAGA world right now. Well, Donald Trump appeared on Fox News last night with Laura Ingraham, and Laura Ingraham gives him a chance to explain it. Reassure us, sir, that J.D. Vance was the right person to select. Trump's response is unintelligible. It's a complete and total rhetorical collapse. Take a look at this.
Knee-jerk, conservative, et cetera, et cetera. But some of it's coming from Republicans who I think want to go back to the days of open borders and perpetual war. How do you expect to use him in this campaign, and what can you say to our viewers tonight to reassure them that this was an excellent pick?
Yeah, please. Everybody's waiting. J.D. Vance seems terrible. We're all waiting to hear from you. Why is he such a great pick? Here's Trump.
Well, first of all, he's got tremendous support. And he really does among a certain group of people that like families. I mean, he made a statement having to do with families. That doesn't mean that people that aren't a member of a big and beautiful family with 400 children around and everything else, it doesn't mean that a person he's not against anything, but he loves family. It's very important to him. He grew up in a very interesting family situation, and he feels family is good. And I don't think there's anything wrong in saying that.
What did he say? What did he say? Family is good according to J.D. Vance. That's why he's a good VP. What? And then they get mad when we hear this crap and go, man, that was really weird. To quote George W. Bush, that was some weird S. Next week I'll be able to say it, okay? It's bizarre. It's bizarre. That doesn't mean anything. This was his opportunity to say, here's why you should all be on board with me with J.D. Vance. He thinks family is good. Disaster. Disaster. And the countdown clock seems to be above J.D. Vance's head. Trump asked, why not debate Kamala Harris? Again, completely unintelligible answer.
Why not debate her?
Oh, wait. But because they already know everything. She wants to defund our police. She wants no bail. She wants no cash. No, you kill somebody and we're going to release you immediately. They call it cashless. Cashless. By the way, this has been a horrible thing for our country. This has been what I just said.
Remember, the question was, why won't you debate Kamala Harris?
But we know where she is. She wants high taxes.
Well, they're going to say you're afraid of debating her. That's what they're going to say.
Well, they said that with Biden, too. You know, I was afraid.
Right, the difference being he debated Biden.
I did great with Biden, and I did great in every debate. I've had a lot of debates.
But you're winning on all the issues,
but, you know, I'm leading in the polls by, I think, a lot. I don't know. I hear different numbers. But I'm leading in all of the polls. I'm leading big in all of the swing states.
Why not debate her?
Oh, wait.
Something's wrong. Something is very wrong. He can't answer a single question. Laura Ingraham also asked Trump in this Gong Show interview about when he told Christian voters, if you vote for me in 24 and I win, you won't ever have to vote again. And arguably the worst answer.
All right, Fish and Grits, Black Majority State. How do y'all feel about what you just heard so far?
I have to process that. That was a lot there.
Black Majority State, how you feel about what you just heard? If you guys want to come up, go ahead and come up. Don't be shy. I don't bite.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the 2024 you won't have to vote again answer, because I thought that was, man, that was really, that if I was running against him, RFK, and even Kamala for that matter, I would replay that clip over and over and over again, because that needs explanation. I think he says what he means. And let me say this, because I was listening earlier, and what I'm noticing from our people, they have to do a lot of explaining of who Trump is and how he thinks and how he's this diabolical genius who's, you know, master planning everything and it's all strategic. And I don't buy any of it. He's a brute. He's always been a brute. He speaks in like Cro-Magnon language, Neanderthal language. And, you know, he says what he means. The first thing that pops into his head, there's really no strategy behind it at all. And he's certainly not multi-dimensional with strategy. But yeah, I think when he said that about you won't have to vote again, that is beyond the pale and unconstitutional and un-American and sounds like a dictatorship. And I have to think of Project 2025 and all the stuff that they got going on with that. The Heritage Foundation, the person who wrote it, he has a book with J.D. Vance. J.D. Vance wrote the foreword in the book, and he's delaying that book till after the election, which says to me that there's got to be something damaging in that forward of whatever this book that's coming out is. So, you know, you got to be careful with these people, man. Sometimes, you know, you're voting on hope and change. You're voting on deportations or whatever the issue may be. And there's all these unintended consequences that I think we're going to suffer from. I don't think it's a vote between a rock and a hard place. I think there is a third alternative. But I think people haven't taken the time to really, you know, get out of this dualistic, duopoly propaganda that's just pushed and pushed and pushed by the media. And so we feel stuck when we really could get unstuck if we chose to.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, okay, I understand. I understand what you're saying. And it's funny because you're for RFK Jr., right?
Yeah, I'm all in on RFK Jr. He's on the ballot in 45 states, only has 5 states left to go. And the reason that Trump and the reason that Kamala will not go up in the polls because RFK Jr. is taking their votes. He is going to take from both parties. It's going to be a very close election. A lot of people are going to be surprised. I just think that people are tired of it. The Democrats versus Republicans, red versus blue. And I think people are going to tune out to it. That's why I don't even think they have to have a debate at this point. I just think America's going to tune out to a lot of it.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. Don't forget to retweet the room. Do-do-do-do, do-do-do-do. Welcome to Wake and Bake with Kush.
Of the entire interview.
They're also attacking you for other ridiculous reasons. They're saying that you said to a crowd of Christians that they won't have to vote in the future.
Yeah, let me say what did I mean by that. I had a tremendous crowd speaking to Christians. I mean, this was a crowd that liked me a lot. I think I'm at 97% or something. And they're treated very badly by this administration, okay? Catholics are treated unbelievably. They're like persecuted. And if I might say, before I go into the other, Jewish people, if you're Jewish and you vote for Biden or the...
Hey, what about when you said to Christians you'll never have to go to vote again? Do you know what Jews are up to, Laura?
Democrats or Kamala or whoever's going to run, I guess it's going to be her. But if you voted for her or the Democrats, you should have your head examined, because nobody's ever been treated so badly by this. This administration is destroying Israel, et cetera, et cetera. So with respect to like a statement like I made, that statement is very simple. I said, vote for me. You're not going to have to do it ever again. It's true, because we have to get the vote out. Christians are not known as a big voting group. They don't vote. And I'm explaining that to them. You never vote. This time, vote. I'll straighten out the country. You won't have to vote anymore. I won't need your vote. You can go back
So
to
you meant you don't have to vote for you because you have 4 years in office.
Look,
Is that
Christians are known. You know what?
He won't even answer. He doesn't answer anything. And I don't think it's because he's unwilling. I think there's a malfunction happening here. He just isn't able to take what is being...
Go ahead.
They taking what he said out of context. If you want to get technical, he said because Christians don't come out and vote like that. If y'all vote for me this time, you don't have to come back out and keep voting. He's basically promising to fix the country. He's like, he's selling them an ad, but he's selling them an ad with his vote, selling them an ad with their vote for their vote. So yeah, you vote for me, you won't have to buy it again. He's selling them a better product than what they had the last time.
Yeah. This is funny.
given to him, synthesize it, and respond in a relevant and meaningful way. It's all abstract, tangential speech to this guy. And then finally, in his continued quest to control everything women do, Trump says that thanks to his criticisms, I guess, Kamala Harris has changed the way she...
Miss T, peace, power, reparations to you. I like how your eyebrows match today. You got the floor.
Hey, good morning. What's up, MF Kush? I have retweeted the room. Yeah, I came up to say I love black majority states, but they are taking that out of context. He was talking to a group of people who don't vote typically. So he was saying to them, because he can't run again, he was saying, vote for me. This time, you won't ever have to vote again. I totally understood what he's saying. He's not alluding to a fact that he's trying to be king and take over for the rest of our lives. That's not what he's saying. He's speaking to that specific group of people and asking them to come out and vote for him this one time. That's what he's saying. He's not trying to take over the world, not in this particular incident right here. Thank you, Kush.
Black majority, did you want to respond?
Yeah, I actually pulled over because we know the black church votes, black church Christian, right? So we know the black church votes. I because I can't drive and be on my phone, but I'm gonna actually pull over and look up what the voting patterns of Christians are in the United States of America. because I got to call BS on the idea that Christians don't vote. It's not logical to me at all. And so, because what would be the point of all these Christians out there stomping on the campaign trail and doing a whole bunch of that? So, if you give me a moment, I'll try to do a quick search and figure out what the actual Christian voting percentages are in America.
Okay, and he wasn't talking to a group of Black Christians, and I'll leave it at that. I still love you, but I'm just saying in this particular incident, what he's alluding to. He's talking to that particular group.
Okay, so I found something really quickly. This is Pew Research 2020. Says the data indicates that 64% of all registered voters surveyed in 2019 self-identified as Christian. So 64% of all registered voters in the country were Christian. In 2008, it was 79%. And 73% of registered Democrats, 73% of registered Democrats identified as Christian in 2008. So I don't, again, I'm not finding the logic, and this is the Republican numbers: 87% Christian in 2008 and 79% Christian in 2019. So that's all Christians. That doesn't, again, I think what happened is his spin team got together and they came up with an excuse, but the excuse doesn't match reality. I think a lot of people who are going to carry water for this person, they're going to be carrying this water, and after the election, when the water runs dry and reality sets in, it's going to be a bloodbath. I think when you have to over-explain for a candidate on any level, as much as people have to explain what this guy means when he says something, it's already major red flags for me. But I think data is what we as an intelligent, conscious, social minded group of individuals should be focused on, not on the words that come out of these people's mouths, because they say anything, and he is a master of saying anything in any room, in any space, at any time. He pivoted to Israel, which is important because Israel sees him as the Moshiach, which is going to bring forth the Messiah and bring forth the war of Armageddon. I mean, there's a lot of things going on here, and Trump, for what it's worth, in my opinion, is just a tool in a much bigger global game that's going on here. But apparently, according to Pew Research, Christians do vote in very high numbers.
Blood Pack, you got the floor.
Oh, what happened to the people?
What you mean? The people here.
Oh, Black Majority was talking.
Oh, girl, he done. He landed.
Because, there's a delay when you go from listener to speaker. I was like, oh, but how did I missed them all. I missed all the people. Okay, peace and blessings. Morning. How y'all doing?
Still black.
I know, right? I know, me too. I appreciate this conversation as always with the positivity, right? I do want to be mindful of the JD Vance conversation because he is a venture capitalist. And so venture capital, just like every other industry, but venture capital has maintained investments, has decreased investments
in the Black American founders significantly over the past 20 years. And so investments in Black American founders basically is less than 1% now out of the billions of dollars that circulates the Silicon Valley and like tech industry. So even when we talk about building our own apps or having our own spaces like Twitter and socially funded, Peter no, yeah, yeah. The investor Peter Thiel, which is Thiel, I think, is somehow in JD Vance's pocket, or JD Vance is in Peter Thiel's pocket. Somehow there's a relation there. And we know that JD Vance is all about the Israel and whatever. So thinking about how this is the first election, remember, I remind us every day, this is the first election since we have found out that we are exempt from the unfriendly laws that come as a result of this election. So all this tomfoolery that you see all happening before you, this dramatic Young and the Restless story that we're watching, we know now that we have always been exempt from unfriendly laws, state and federal laws. We are exempt. So all that Jim Crow bullshit, that wasn't supposed to happen. Black codes wasn't supposed to happen. Whatever tomfoolery they have going on that they're talking about taking away rights or giving back rights or whatever, we are standing 10 toes down. We are exempt from the unfriendly laws that come as a result of the 2024 election. We should have been before, but now, for real, we're exempt. So this young, huh?
Hey, Blackpack, I got a question. Do you fight rattlesnakes?
I mean, I don't fight
Girl, I
them.
was like, what the hell? Is there a snake pit?
I'm sitting outside smoking. I'm in Houston. That's what the swamp sounds like.
We just want to listen. Give an emoji twice if you okay.
That's that's what the swamp sound like. I don't know. I'm fine. I'm regular. I'm actually sitting in a parking lot like with concrete and shit. But
Lord have mercy. Well, I'm sorry, Blackpack. Did you land?
yes, I'm about to land. I'm just gonna say, don't let your blood pressure go up. Take 10. Take a deep breath, and remember you were exempt. There is if you want to know more about the exemption, there's a thing on my profile, and I'm about to put it up in the Jumbotron. Don't let them get your panties all in a bunch. And land my plane. Thank you.
Be careful with them snakes. Miss T, you got the flow.
Girl, I was like, she is sitting in a pit of snakes. Shout out to you, Blood Pack. Hey, Kush, I came in late. Do you mind resetting the room? What's going on with his VP pick? Is he having second thoughts, or what's going on there?
Yeah, of course, Miss T. So listen, first of all, shout out to y'all coming in the room, right? So the story is this, right? Uh uh People feel like Trump made the wrong decision when it came to his VP pick. And the reason why they feel like they made that wrong decision was based off the fact that JD Vance made the comment to Kamala Harris about her being a childless cat lady. What they were saying was that that comment could have potentially put his VP position in jeopardy. In addition to that, a lot of people thought it was either weird, either some people don't care, or either it's like, or either some people are like, well, look, that's what the Republican Party is all about, is family. So why would I take anybody who's a childless cat lady, take them seriously, that kind of stuff. In addition to that, um there's an interview that I just kind of played, and I'll replay the initial dialogue between some conservatives with about said comment. But yeah, just a lot of Trump is not really kind of like defending dude. Some people feel like he's going to be out of the VP seat real soon because of the comment. And we're also talking about how, interesting enough, how Trump found his VP, but now Kamami has now gotten her VP, who was all about cutting, having kids, having bottom surgery, and all that other weird stuff too.
I'm telling you, this election is the weirdest thing I've ever seen in my life on these candidates that we have running. I don't, out of over 300 million people, these were the best 4 people they could come up with. This list lets you know that our system is totally ran by money. Totally ran by money. If you have the money, you can ascend to the top and become president of the United States.
Damn near. Ben, are you a Black American?
I am a Black American, and you know what? I was thinking that Trump actually picked the wrong person. I was thinking that when he made that pick. I thought he should have picked Ben Carson or Tim Scott for different reasons, strategically. And I think if he could go back in time, those are the picks he would have made. He would have made a pick from one of those two because they could take on the Democrats strategically like his current running mate cannot. And they can say things and it would not be deemed as racist. Tim Scott or Ben Carson could say, you know, Vice President Harris, she's not from a descendant of slavery. And people would not look upon that as being racist. And as a matter of fact, it's the truth anyway. And the VP cannot do that. So I think Trump made a wrong decision. I also believe that if Kamala Harris wins, Vice President Harris wins, they're going to do a mass amnesty bill. I believe that's next on the agenda. I think it was the senator from Massachusetts. I forgot her name. She was talking. She made a statement that if the Harris administration is going to get amnesty done, but basically that's what she was saying in an interview. And so what they were planning to do then is if Harris gets in, they would have a mass amnesty bill in order for people to become citizens of the United States of America.
Thank you. Where your people come from on both sides?
Well, my dad is from Georgia, and I talked with my great grandmama years ago, and I remember her telling me that her mother was a slave, remember being released from slavery when she was a girl. And on my father's side, my mother's side, uh, my parents were all both descendants of slavery on both sides. And this is important. You know, this is important. And I noticed yesterday that even I was looking at YouTube that even with the Freedom Bank, what they're now doing is including uh, other minorities. Well, the Freedom Bank was originally set up for those who were released from slavery, not other minorities included in that. And so we are a people group. I wish more of us realized that. I wish more of us acted that way. And I think we are realizing it. It's kind of late. More of us are realizing it. And I just hope more of us realize it even sooner.
Ben, are you voting for Trump? Who you buying for? Who you voting for?
Well, I can't vote for Kamala Harris. She performed a homosexual wedding, same sex marriage wedding. She did that. She's pushing abortion. That's one of her leading political agendas. And I thought to myself, have we not learned our lesson from slavery? During slavery, uh, our babies, infants, were used as alligator bait. How dare we, as Black Americans, be for abortion for any reason? You know how they had Roe versus Wade set up. That was just wrong, and I just can't vote for somebody who wants to put abortion back in place or allow a woman to get an abortion if she's 8 months into pregnancy. I just can't agree with that. So while I don't like some of the things Trump has said, I just can't vote for Vice President Harris, with all due respect.
No, I get you. I understand for sure, for sure, for sure. Thank you for coming up. Make sure y'all retweet the room if you hadn't, because if you don't, I think you got yellow teeth.
Change the way she laughs.
She got rid of the laugh. I noticed. I haven't seen that crazy laugh that she's crazy. That laugh, that's the laugh of a crazy person. But I noticed that she's not using that laugh anymore. Somebody convinced her, don't laugh. Just don't laugh. Don't laugh under any circumstances because
I like laughter, but sometimes
not her laughter.
Right, her laughter's no good. Trump wants to control everything about women. And how dare a woman even run against him with that laughter? So, given the opportunity, Trump, to clean up a bunch of the messes that he's made, Christians won't ever have to vote again. J.D. Vance seems to be disgusting to even many Republican voters. Come clean it up, sir. And it just gets even worse. Let's make sure that he doesn't get the chance to make even more messes from the Oval Office. Just prevent this guy from winning. Make absolutely sure, please, please, make absolutely sure that you are subscribed to the YouTube channel. We are.
That's hilarious.
I think virtual school.
Not a person with that laugh. That was just like when he called Biden's son a fella. After he got called an alley cat. Well, I swear, people be petty, bro. That is hilarious. I don't know, y'all. I think that the comment, I'll say it again, I think that the comment kind of did probably put him in a weird position. And it was kind of interesting to see and listen to that interview that we just heard about how Trump kind of is like, hey, like I get it, but it at the same time it kind of felt like he was probably distancing himself. Miss T, I have a question for you. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. Mm-hmm.
Now, there was a panel that I played earlier of some conservatives having said conversation about JD Vance's comments about calling Kamami a childless cat lady. Do you feel that that comment put his VP position in an awkward state?
Yeah, especially with female swing voters. You have women that don't have children for a variety of reasons. Some just don't like children. Some can't have children for various reasons. And then some are in relationships where um, maybe the husband may not be able to bear, his seed may not be fertile. There's a lot of different reasons, and people get in their feelings about children and families, especially when they're in positions where they can't have children due to something that's no fault of their own, So yeah, if they're looking for new voters, I mean, they already got their conservative voters that are going to vote for them regardless. It doesn't matter what they say. But when they're trying to get new voters, they have to watch it. They have to watch their language.
What do you think he should have said instead of that?
See, I don't know where he was or what was the crowd that he was speaking to at that time. Um, do you have more information on who he was addressing?
Long story short, he was in an interview. I forgot the guy's name, but it was on a news, one of the news shows. He was doing an interview on this news show, and the comment that he made was just there. It was just like, look, like, I mean, like, she's a childless cat lady. Who cares? Kind of context. But this
Oh
happened in
wow,
20.
he shouldn't have said it. It's just gonna come back and bite him, and he's gonna have, if they do any if he has to face Tim Waltz, um I don't know, it's just two hillbillies that's gonna be having an argument trying to get people to vote for their party. I mean, both men suck.
That's true. What about the fact that he's married to a Asian Indian woman as well, and also has children with her?
Well, it's an Indian takeover. They already run all of our, they're already the CEOs of most of our corporations. They already run all of the, pretty much all of the high tech industries. So, I don't know why the rest of the world can't see the takeover. Interesting. I don't like it, but I, I don't know. I mean, it's sad. It's really sad that somebody said that our country was they said it was made by immigrants or something like that. I wouldn't say that because I know who built this country. But I will say that one thing for sure, the Democratic Party is a party for immigrants. They're pro-immigration. And it seems like the Republican Party is headed that same way. It's not really, is it really America first?
Yeah, because I think what's funny is that a lot of people compared the comment he made to Kamala Harris was also to AOC and a few other ladies over there on that side of the Democratic Party. Thought that was funny. I'm sorry, Black Majority, did you have anything you wanted to say?
Oh no, man! I love what Miss T said right there. Yeah, everything she said, I agree with wholeheartedly. I think that again, I just think it's people are gonna kind of get sold something that it's a weird thing about these political cycles and the propaganda and the messaging is that people tend to put their what they want into these candidates, and I think that that's a part where, oh man, we gotta just develop a level of discernment. Not to say that people don't have it, whatever. People vote for whatever they vote for whatever reasons. I just try to look at all the potentials of what the ultimate outcome will be. Both of these people are bad. I mean, just horrible. And I don't think there's any benefit for Black America out of them. With RFK, it's slightly better, but not to the point where it would be super significant in any way. I think ultimately for us, it really depends on what we're going to do for our own salvation and our own uplifting. That's why I'm just I've kind of checked out of the election cycle. I can't wait till it's over, and then getting back to, Black American issues and politics and everything like that. But, I try to stay tapped in just to see where things are going. I think it would be a dismal decision to get rid of this guy after only a couple of weeks. I think that shows a lack of leadership and a lack of their process for vetting, because it was like this whole thing where it was going to be this big announcement of who, it's like this whole lead up to it. And then if it fizzles out, I think their better strategy is to get him in a room and essentially lay out what he can or cannot say. Pence, being the old white guy, was just quiet. Like, he didn't really say much. And I think part of the turnoff for Trump is that he talks too much. And then if you got this guy out there talking even more, at some point, they'll turn off even their own voters at some point, is what I believe. But we'll see how it plays out.
Most definitely. Thank you for that. Unc, peace, power, reparations to you. You smell like good cologne and good credit. Go ahead.
What's up, Kush? What's up, family? Your armpits smelling like pickle pig feet this morning. Did you shave your armpits? Hey, check this out, though. I got something that's gonna fuck y'all up, right? And this is something I really believe. But although I play along with the game, what if you motherfuckers ain't got nothing to do with this election at all? What if that situation, who's gonna be president, who's gonna be the person is already done? What if they only letting you imagine to be a part of the picking the chosen person? Because if they didn't, then you'll realize that America is really a communist country under the umbrella of democracy and freedom. What if this shit is just a play? Because at the end of the day, we all know that I don't know if y'all heard of the Bilderberg Group. Now it's called the 1%ers of the Republican Party and Democratic Party who run the world and run the system. Well, they have these meetings all the time. When I used to do my research and stuff on before elections and presidential appointees, they had these private meetings already appointing the person. And then your role is to play the game. You got to be the ones to go to the polls, stand in the hot sun, fight back and forth, red and blue, blood, crib, Republican, Democrat. What if that shit is just an illusion? What is it, a big ass production? Because you've been programmed to be believing that shit and watch movies and all that kind of shit. What if this shit is just a fucking piece of the puzzle that you're playing, but the person has already been appointed? Shit sound crazy, don't it? But I've learned the crazier shit sounds, the more likely that shit is real, right? I've learned that conspiracy theories have been titled as the fake news, while the fake news has been titled as the real news, right? So at the end of the day, I believe this shit is just a joke. And I believe that the person that they're going to have in office is already done, but they can't tell you that because then you'll know that this shit is really run like a communist organization and that you don't really have no say-so in it any fucking way, right? So, yeah, I just wanted to lay that on y'all this morning. I just believe that Donald Trump is already appointed. I believe that everybody knows. And it's just a play on the thing, right? To get you motherfuckers to think that you really are choosing who you want in this office while we're not being the ones who are picking anybody. We don't get to choose anything. They tell you that the government is for the people and the people run the government while the government and the powers that be run the people, right? They tell you that you have freedoms to choose and have freedom of speech, but when you use those freedoms, it's all a puff of fucking smoke. You really don't have it, right? They tell you that you can control how this shit is going, but really, can you, right? So at the end of the day, just wanted to lay that on y'all on a motherfucking Wednesday, uh, hump day or whatever the fuck they don't trained us to believe that shit is, right? All this shit is train people up in the way that you want them to go. And when they realize they being mind fucked, it'll be too fucking late, right? So at the end of the day, I just wanted to lay that on you. And Kush, your armpit pit smell real good. I like that deodorant right there, for real. Thank you for allowing me to speak, family.
Big
Okay,
Y'all got it.
let me just say this right here. You know, we are we've suffered in this country, and you know, when when we suffered in America, okay, and we have a hard time here. This America's not easy for Black Americans. You know, this can be a tough go. At any level you're in, you're gonna face discrimination. And so, you know, when listen, um, Donald Trump has not already been appointed. Kamala Harris can actually win this race. And it's no joke. Kamala Harris, Vice President Harris, and her new running mate can actually win this race. Okay, let's be for real on this one. And let me just say something. We almost have to be when we as Black Americans, we have to be when we say something, it's like money in the bank. You could take it to the bank and cash that check. You know, it just can't be okay. I believe this, I believe that. No, it need to be verified. You know, because we have people who hear things and they depend on things. It's almost like me, somebody writing a check, and okay, I say, well, I'm gonna get an Uber and go to the bank and cash the check, and I had an Uber waiting outside, and the people in the bank tell me, well, the check is no good. Okay, so when we say something to our people, it needs to be like money in the bank. It needs to be like verified. We done checked it 4 or 5 times. Somebody else done checked it 4 or 5 times. So, you know, we can't, we got to be solid on our information. And that's what they do in academia when they're doing journals. They have people review it. Is this information correct? No, let me get that person over there. Is this correct? You know, and check it again and again and again and again, because we can't say
That ain't
false
how that shit
information.
work no more,
No,
bro. Ain't
wait a
nobody.
minute, brother. Wait a minute. We can't say false information and have people depend on false information. Donald Trump has not been appointed president of the United States of America, not yet. He has to win this election. And it's a possibility that with this candidate, he can lose.
And that's the same shit they said when Hillary Clinton was running against Donald Trump. There's no way that Donald Trump is going to win this election. But little did you know, he did. With all your scholarship and all this bullshit you believe, you go ahead and believe it, right? That's what they said. And he sat in that motherfucker office for 4 years as the person that nobody believed that he would win.
Okay, show me one source. Show me one source
I
where
couldn't have
Donald
showed
Trump
you a
has
source
been
at that
already
time.
been appointed as president of the United States of America for this election cycle. Please show me one academic, credible source that states that. Please.
And you show me a source that said that Hillary Clinton, that Kamala Harris has the ability to win.
No, she has the ability to win.
So does Donald
That's
Trump.
common information. So
So
he's not been appointed president already. And what you
but
gave out
let
is
me
a
ask you this:
conspiracy theory, and you shouldn't be
Has
doing that.
Kamala Harris been the appointee for the person to be the next president of the United States? Have they went through the process of electing her in the proper way? No, they haven't. They determined that that's who they wanted to be, and that's who it is today. She's not even sanctioned by the DNC. None of her commercials are sponsored by the DNC. She don't have the logo on none of the shit. This is just some shit they saying. She hasn't even been chosen in the proper procedure of picking the person for the Democratic Party. But yet you want to sit here and tell me that I'm supposed to go through this bullshit that you telling me that you've been brainwashed into. I've been brainwashed into believing. I believe what I believe, and nobody can tell me nothing because all this shit is a fucking belief. So how is she the pick of the party, and she hadn't even went through the proper procedure according to your fucking scholarship and shit that you saying to me? So explain that, Mr. Scholarship, man.
Okay, well, let me explain it.
Stole
You
they
could
stole
believe the
they
moon is made of green cheese, and I could believe the same thing. But the
Anybody
fact
can.
is, what the fact is, it's not. Okay, the fact is, Joe Biden is not running again. That's a fact. Kamala Harris has become the Democratic nominee.
By
That's
who?
a fact. Before the convention, she has acquired enough delegates to become the Democratic nominee. The fact, she's already appointed her running mate. the governor of Minnesota.
And
These
that's
are
what you
facts.
believe.
Let's not get on this app and do these
She did
weird
not go through the
conspiracy
proper
theories.
procedures, my guy. I
She
don't give a
did
fuck
go
what you
to
say. No, she
she
didn't. She didn't.
because
The people did not nominate her, bro.
well the electors from the Democratic
The
Party have.
people did not
Okay.
elect her, bro.
The electors from the Democratic Party have. And
They
she's going to
they
be the
didn't. Let me
Democratic
ask you
They
this
haven't.
nominee.
then.
They
Did,
haven't yet been
no, they
banned.
didn't
We
do it,
They're
haven't
going to
nigga,
do
had
it
and he know that
formally. They're
shit.
going to do
convention.
it formally. No, yeah, they will do it. They will make that formal at the
You
convention.
don't make
And
the
she's going to be,
announcement before you go through the formal process of
yeah,
doing
yeah,
it.
okay. And
How do
it
you make the
formally,
announcement without the
formally,
proper procedure?
formally, she will be, it will be conferred upon her formally that she is the Democratic nominee. It's
Let me
almost
ask you
like
this, Mr. Ben
finishing
Ben.
college,
Let
brother.
me ask you this
You may
then.
finish
If you
college
ask the average,
and you don't have the degree conferred,
American
but
today, who is the nominee for the Democratic Party?
if
And
I didn't
before
hear your
she's formally,
question.
listen, man, before she's formally announced on who's the person, if you ask the average black American today, who is the person that's nominated for the Democratic Party, they will overwhelmingly tell you that it's Kamala still a motherfucking election Harris. She ain't
Yeah,
even been formally announced,
yeah,
bro.
yeah, but yeah, but that's like you finishing all your coursework, all the requirements for your degree, college degree or whatever, and they have not formally conferred it upon you because you haven't marched, gone through all the ceremony,
So
or you
do you
finish
have a
all the
degree?
requirements.
So do you have a degree or not?
Brother, I have several.
I ain't talking about that. Well, I'm talking about the analogy you just said.
Yeah, I
So,
have
so
several, brother.
you don't,
I have
but
several. You're
you only
talking to a
have it.
man who have several.
Okay. Well, that's the problem sometimes with
No,
our
it's not the
people.
problem.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes, it
and
is.
I gotta go and do some more research now. But let's just be careful in these rooms. We got these Hebrew Israelites, these Moors. We even used to have flat earth people saying all types of stuff. When you say stuff to black people in America, those people need to be able to take it to the bank that it's for certain and it needs to be guaranteed. It don't need to be some thought out conspiracy theory. Thank you.
Nothing that you have said on here is a fucking guarantee. Nothing. It's your thought, what you believe it to be, and you have the right for your beliefs. So do I. And you see, motherfuckers don't want to hang around when they shit is challenged, right?
Oh damn, he left. That's
So
crazy.
yeah, he had to leave because that dumb shit he's saying don't even make no sense. How the fuck you sitting there talking about you picking VPs and you the nominee for this shit and you ain't even went through the goddamn process of doing it correctly. And nobody ain't saying nothing about this shit. This shit is not sanctioned by the DNC. You don't go out here saying, well, I'm the next person in line. And that's why Barack Obama didn't put his stamp on that shit. He said, I want to see who else is out there because he knew that's the proper step of how you do that shit. But no, they pushed him to saying now he don't jumped on the thing talking about, yeah, well, I guess I better. You know what I mean? So, no, man, the fuck? Mark my words. We ain't got shit to do with this shit.
It's a coup. It's a coup.
Straight up. And then you got these educated people don't overpaid on these goddamn degrees thinking they know shit. And I ain't got no degrees and don't have major success in my life. What the fuck? Who's the smartest nigga? The nigga in debt or the nigga who just know how to do it? That's dumb as fuck.
Uh,
And nothing against the degree. If you been brainwashed into that shit, have more power at it. That's why you
oh,
talking about you need student loan forgiveness and shit. Why? Because you was gonna never ever pay that shit off.
Black and Power, get back up here. Did nobody tell you to drop down? Fish and grits. Do you have something you want to say?
Thank you, sis, for allowing me to speak.
You welcome.
With your crazy shit.
I'm out of my black business. Fish and grits, you there? Okay. Look, we're gonna have a quick commercial intervention. We all need there he go. There go Black and Power. Black and Power, you there? Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, Kush? What's up, everybody? Yeah, I heard what was the guy saying that she wasn't chosen to be to run for president? Is that what he was saying?
No, I didn't say she wasn't chosen to run. I said the procedure of picking the person who's going to take over from Biden. Like if Biden's not running for president, right? There usually are other people in line who want to take that job. That shit was never presented to the black people or to the country at all. They just elected this motherfucker. They just say no, she the one, and we don't care about the steps or the procedures. She the one.
Yeah, and that's kind of what I wanted to touch on to say. When have they ever followed the rules, right? When they want to do what they want to do. They've been breaking the rules for years. So there's no rules when it comes to them. They don't play by the rules. That's how they actually stay ahead of the game. So, yeah, you're absolutely right on that. But shout out to the space.
Yeah, I got you. Appreciate it, bro. You know, and you're right. The only people playing by rules is us. Everybody else still understand there are no
You
rules.
right on that point,
Exactly. There you
Even
go.
the motherfucking illegal immigrants don't have to follow no laws, no rules, no procedures, no nothing. And we sitting here acting like we dumb as fucking. We don't see this shit happening. This all my shit remind you of the fucking Rodney King shit that they said you didn't see when you saw it. But they trying to make you believe that you didn't see that shit. No, we didn't. He didn't. They didn't really hit him 900 times, did they? Oh well, let me think about it. Maybe they didn't. Shit. No. Believe what the fuck you see. This shit is real. Ain't no more camouflage in this shit. Motherfucking illegal immigrants come in the country, beat up the police, get out of jail, throw the American people a middle finger and say, fuck y'all, and you do the same thing and they got you in handcuffs if you make it in a motherfucking jail cell or to the jailhouse. Period. This shit is real, man. And all this shit, all these goddamn puffs of smoke, they make us believe with this miseducation, rate training us up in the wrong way to think. And now that we're old enough to realize the shit is bullshit, some of it's difficult for others. And those who see it. And they try to tell you, you don't see what you see. Yeah, motherfuckers that don't have no political experience like Plies all of a sudden talking about political shit. Nigga, you a fucking rapper. The fuck are you talking about? You don't know, but yeah. But guess what? You've been trained to believe in your community that celebrities and our entertainers and sports athletes are the minds of the American people. They have your best interest in hand, right? The fuck?
Oh wait, hey Unc, don't forget what Kamala Harris said. She said, just like my friend Quavo, you have to walk it like you talk it.
Ain't this some dumb shit? Now that just goes to show you how much they believe they have
Woke,
trained our
woke. You
minds.
have to stay woke as possibly you.
Yeah, man, this shit is in there fun. And then you got motherfuckers come on stage talking about the procedure and don't tell our people. No, we need to tell our people this shit is rigged. No matter how motherfucking hard we fight, this shit is fucking rigged. They tell
And we're the only ones following the rules. Everybody else is doing their own goddamn thing and not giving a fuck. They out here driving cars with no car insurance. We do it, we get our car impounded and go to jail.
Miss T, the fuck the insurance, they get the fucking car.
Hey, real quick, I'm over here talking. I was on mute and shit.
Free.
Hey, can y'all let Black and Power get in the conversation because he got good credit too?
Yeah, okay, cool, sorry.
Now, again, just to tap into what you're saying is the reason that happens because we have the superior moral compass, right? And that's what we always exhibit all the time. But again, when they come here, they immediately are breaking the law right off the bat. They're illegal immigrants, so they're breaking the law. And now Kamala wants to assist them in breaking the law because she doesn't want it to be a federal crime. She wants it to be a civil penalty, right? So they assist them actually in breaking the law when they get here, and then when they get here, they continue to break the law, and then the country says, "Well, we'll give you gun ownership. You could own guns even though you're illegal," which they did in Illinois. Just where the guy comes from, where he's Kamala's running mate, gave them driver's license. You have to show like 3 forms of ID in order to get a driver's license. But again, they're assisting them in breaking the law because there's no such thing as getting free anything until they get here. So we have to start playing the game that they play. Just you can't just tell me that something's happening And then you try to change your mind, and then I'm supposed to believe it. I'm going to believe exactly what I see. It's going to be my people first, and when I say it's going to be my people first, it's going to be my people first, regardless of what I have to do to make sure that they are first, and fuck everything else.
For sure. Real quick before I get to Miss T. Guys, don't forget to hit the Black American Business Space Reminder Part 8. Follow that Wake and Bake with Kush YouTube channel, right? Join me again tonight at 4 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We're gonna have a conversation about Black America versus the Boule. If it comes to a debate, it comes to a debate. But I suggest you come through with your facts. So I'm challenging you to be there. Also, New Vibe CBD is up there in the Jumbotron, y'all. It's a black-owned business. Make sure y'all show them some love. Show them some love by retweeting, liking, share them out there. They're a black-owned business. They definitely deserve to be highlighted, just like all Black American-owned businesses, right? Good ladies, good customer service. Definitely got good products. Definitely a good variety of things, and they got really great specials. I'm gonna play that interview towards the end of the space, so make sure you stick around. Because if you don't, then I think you still must. Then you got dirt underneath your nails too. Miss T, you have the floor.
You know, Kush, thank you for this space, and you are really appreciated for everything that you do, especially with Black businesses and promoting and helping them to widen their audience. Appreciate you, sis, for that. Love you, y'all. So Kamala is, if she becomes president, she will be selected, not elected, right? For this guy, Ben, with all of his degrees, to come on here and to say what he said, she clearly has not gone through the process. She has not. I thought it was weird for her to even pick a VP candidate when she's not even the the one chosen by the DNC. They just push and okay, they did not allow a Democratic primary. There should have been a point where what's the Kennedy fellow, Kamala, and whoever else, what's his name? Cornel West.
Correct. You
All
right.
of them should have been placed before the public in a debate, including Biden at the time, right? Because we weren't aware of his senile or his dementia, whatever it is he's going through. All of them should have been in a debate for president, but they denied the American people that option. Then they throw this man out there in a debate against Trump. They already knew of his cognitive decline. That's why they didn't allow him to have that debate with other people that wanted to challenge him for the position. So then they say, okay, he's too bad off. But we got all this money sitting right here. What are we going to do? Well, the only person that can get this money that has been raised by the DNC, so they tell us, the rule is the only person that can get it is the VP, if that VP decides to run. So she gets all of this money for her campaign. And I haven't looked today, but last night when I went to bed, still on her page, KamalaHarris.com, there is no agenda. She don't have a plan. It's nothing there but how to donate and how to buy a t-shirt and a hat. But this guy was double downing on the fact that she's gonna be she's the nominee or whatever. She hasn't even gone through the process. The convention is what? Is it this month? August 18th, 19th in Chicago, we should be there protesting. But I'm with you, Unc. We just pawns in this thing,
Man,
right?
this shit is funny, bro.
This they
Miss T, how,
already got it mapped out how they gonna have this thing. And when she wins, she'll be selected. And all these people that they have, shit that they have murdered our people for doing. Simple shit. For having a air freshener hanging on your rearview mirror in your car. You get pulled over for that and you lose your life. These people beat the fuck up out of some cops, live to see another day, and then get $10,000 a month in EBT and $5,000 a month in cash. But Americans during COVID couldn't go to work, couldn't get to make no money, couldn't go to the grocery store to get no food. But you let these illegal people, and then told us you can't say illegal aliens. Don't say that. But everything they are allowing these people to do, they killed our people for. And what are we going to do about it? You going to vote for this party again so that this abuse of you and your people can continue and get worse? What are we going to do? I feel like a fool because I voted for that motherfucker. Because I sincerely thought, okay, he feels bad about the 94 crime bill. And maybe he's going to come in and anybody that was affected by that bill, he was going to exonerate or remove it from everybody's record. If they were denied any benefits such as housing or the ability to go to get funding to go to college, I thought he was going to make it right. This nigga tripled down on it. Then I also feel like a fool because I bought into it. You know, you get out of college, you either go to the military or you get out of high school, you go to the military, you go to college. Okay, you go to college and then you're supposed to get this job, work that job 30 years. I fell for it. I would tell any child coming out of school this day, don't do that shit unless you are going into a profession such as an attorney, a ophthalmologist, you going to be a doctor. But otherwise, get you a certification and start your own damn
well, you
business.
don't even need that no more, Miss T. Remember, they removed that. The immigrants don't need no education at all.
And English requirements. Took that in English requirements from a lot of jobs. Also, jobs you need a BA and certain degrees for and certs for. He's right. You don't need that. You need that or to speak English. Facts.
This shit is crazy,
Oh, you
bro.
got to speak Spanish now,
Yeah,
bilingual
yeah,
preferred.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, yeah. Hey, Miss T, I wanted to say this on top of what you're saying. Excuse me, Kush. Uh, y'all know Kamala can't debate Trump, right? Like that's some shit they tell you or they put it out there. Oh, he doesn't want to debate it. Well, she was invited to the fake black generalist thing. She denied it, right? Because that's one of the reasons why Trump was pissed, because he said she was supposed to be here. They know she can't be on that. She can't debate the president. Then they gave her a Zoom, and then the black press said no to the Zoom. They know she can't debate him right now because they haven't gone through the right procedures for her to even be talking about anything like that. So until the DNC and all this shit they've done and all this unethical shit right in our face, you could do whatever. You could vote forever you want to do. This shit ain't got nothing to do with us. It never has and it never fucking will. So if you think that you're living in a free country, democracy and shit. It's only got that name over it because there's really some communist shit going on when you really look at how this country is done. And if you don't believe me, I'll ask you, did you ever think somebody would tell you to take your grown ass in the motherfucking house in 2020? You'd have told me I was off my motherfucking mind, like dude just said. Ain't no way you could say that shit gonna happen, cause blah, 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 blah. And if I'd have told you in 2018, yo, man, they gonna shut this motherfucker down in 2020, you'd have laughed at me and said, man, this nigga with these conspiracy theories think he, and then that shit happened. You took your grown ass in time out in your house, and they told you not to come the fuck out till they tell you to come out, and then you did come out, you better wear a mask. Then they had the motherfuckers vaxxers and unvaxxers fighting it. Come on, bro. This shit is a motherfucking movie in real time, and you one of the fucking characters in it by your real name.
To
So yeah,
only let 10 million unvaccinated people in here.
unvaccinated, undocumented, uneducated motherfuckers coming in. They don't have to follow no rules, no directions, no nothing. And you sit here talking about you think you gonna control who going in the fucking White House and who not, man. Y'all know this shit ain't real. There used to be the Bilderbergs. Now it's called the Uniparty. Same motherfuckers, different name, right? The one percenters who run this shit. Real talk, you
You know,
know?
every so often they have to reinvent themselves,
Yeah,
rebranding.
absolutely, man. It's dumb shit. So, okay. I'm done, Kush. I'll listen now. Thank you very much.
Why
Thank you
y'all
very
got
much.
you welcome, you welcome. You smell nice, man. You look that man up. Why you why you light him up like that? Let me stop.
He ran.
And
He ran. And he took all his degrees with him.
right, right. Because at the end of the day, your degree ain't saving you from this dumb shit, nor do you get to have any this say so in that shit. I don't give a fuck what you are. You can have a degree in the world, whatever the fuck. It don't mean nothing. Just mean you in fucking debt, dumbass. Who the fuck starts life off in debt? Make that
Boy.
shit make sense.
All right. So look, we're gonna get into this clip real quick, y'all. So, like I said, we're talking about JD Vance, whether he could be the wrong pick or whether Trump picked the wrong pick as his VP. Due to the comment that he recently made about Kamala Harris, the childless cat lady comments. Now, on the flip side, I'm not gonna say on the flip side. The interesting part is MAGA does not like the fact that he has a Asian Indian wife, and we all know that's what Kamala Harris is. Even though she like the cosplay of black, but well, I'm gonna say it's at least old girl stand in her ethnicity, because Lord have mercy.
MAGA has gone racist against J.D. Vance's Indian wife. J.D. Vance's wife, Usha Vance, is of Indian origin. Makes no difference to me, but apparently much of MAGA does not like it. Does not like it. A few instances of this that I want to show you. Jaden McNeil, a self-described normie-pilled MAGA, posted a picture to Twitter of Vance, his wife, and one of their kids, and sarcastically said, "I'm sure this guy is going to be great on immigration." Nick Fuentes, the white supremacist who visited Trump at Mar-a-Lago along with Kanye back in 2022, suggested that Vance would not be a, quote, defender of white identity because of his wife's Indian heritage. Vincent James Fox, who was present on January 6, 2021 at the Trump riots, wrote on X, J.D. Vance gets tapped as VP and immediately there's a Hindu prayer at the RNC. Next, we'll see Senator Mike Lee and J.D. Vance team up to convince Trump to let in 10 million Indian immigrants, green cards on diplomas. And then conspiracy nut Stu Peters, who we've talked about before on the program, tweeted, there is an obvious Indian coup taking place in the U.S. right before our eyes, alongside an article about J.D. Vance and his wife's kids. It is all not surprising in any way. I don't think it really makes a difference with regard to Vance's utility to Trump in terms of generating new votes or expanding the electorate. It doesn't seem like J.D. Vance helps Trump do that in any way. But it is just a reminder that you can do a very not credible 180 when it comes to your political views about Trump, as J.D. Vance did. You can kiss the ring. You can become a doormat that repeats every stupid debunked talking point about Trump and pledge allegiance to the orange leader. But if your wife is Indian, there is still a part of MAGA that will say, no, 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 you can't be trusted. And we are seeing that very strongly right now. Let's take a very quick break. Make sure you're subscribed to the...
No, we're not gonna take a quick break. Yep, that's the funny part about a lot of this. Man, this shit kind of threw me for a win. I'm not even gonna hold y'all. I'm not even gonna hold y'all. If you guys want to come up to speak, go ahead and come up and speak. Again, I don't bite. You see, I don't bite. I'm real cool. Go ahead,
Not hard anyway. But check this, bro.
looking ass.
I want to want y'all to peep this shit, right? So ride with me, if you will, for a second. Joe Biden, right, picks Kamala Harris, who just happens to be an Indian, and her husband just happens to be a Jew. Donald Trump picks a VP who just happened to be a Jew and his wife Indian. Now, check this out. The whole move, I think, was to eventually get these two groups into the leadership of America. So now you don't have a VP Indian and a Jew, right? Now you have a Indian, and I don't know what this new dude is. I hadn't checked him out that much. He just came on the scene, but I could guarantee he got some Jewish shit in him too, right? So at the end of the day, now you got Jewish people running the country with Indians, and the VP is a Jewish, and I don't know what the fuck he married. I have to check it out, but this is a real in your face undercover sneak attack that they're doing with these two groups, right? And now you're gonna have, if they have their way, and I know they won't, either way it's gonna be some Indian Jew shit going on, either on the VP side or the president being an Indian and a Jew. And then I don't got, like I said, I gotta do research. If anybody know what this new Worcestershire sauce dude is, I don't know. Let me know.
I always be calling Washer Sister sauce. That is hilarious.
Watch this shit with it.
Washer Sisters, because I can't say Worcestershire. Whatever. Ricky, Ricky, you got the floor.
What's up, Kush? How you doing, sister? Peace to
Good,
the
still
room.
black. How you doing?
So, did Trump make the wrong VP pick? I think this is like a little psyop talking point that the Democrats are putting out. If Trump is MAGA and that's his brand and he really believes in it, the only person who can continue that would be somebody like Vance, who does oppose free trade a little bit, and he does pretend to care about workers, and he disagrees with them a little bit on like the funding the Ukraine Nazis and stuff. So he's actually MAGA. All these other people who are complaining about Vance, this and that, they're people who hate MAGA anyway. And then it's the Democrats who just want to sully the ticket, which they need to really worry about their pick, because their problem is at the top of the ticket. They can put on walls, but I think the reason that the other guy, Shapiro, and CNN and certain other people have alluded to that, the reason they had to go with Walsh, who for them is also the best pick, is because nobody else would take it, because they know Kamala is that toxic. So I think that with the Republican side, if we can get like some populism going and we also push the Democrats in that direction, I'm sure a bunch of y'all follow Army and his analysis of it. Uh, a Republican Party that cares about workers is going to be better for us. And on the Democrat side, I think that this guy is definitely better than Shapiro. He cares a little bit about the poor. That's good with the lunches and the breakfast for kids. So I think that we got to figure out how we can make all this stuff work for us. I think that the Democrats and Republicans with their V picks went in the right direction. They didn't go right, they went left. So that's something we got to look forward to. But this whole thing about did he make the wrong pick, that's just a psyop. There was nobody better or more fitting for Trump to pick. Thank you.
Thank you, Ricky. You smell good. Clarice with the good fingernails and the good edges. You got the floor.
Peace and positive energy and motion to everyone in the space. I
Kamala's VP pick is Jewish. I saw it on the news yesterday because I think that's the information he was asking for. So yeah,
I knew it. I
he's
knew it.
Jewish.
And if his wife probably Indian, if you check deeper, I guarantee you that shit.
Wow. And I didn't know that Trump's VP pick was Jewish.
And his wife is
And
Indian.
his wife was Hindustani, but I didn't know he was Jewish. Very interesting. Very interesting.
Again, we just pawns on the board.
No, we not the pawns, Miss T. We not the pawns. It's all of these immigrants. They're the pawns. We know what's going on. They refuse to see what's going on.
I think
Listen,
when she say pun, I think she mean being used in the overall scope of this shit, right? So yeah, some of our people unfortunately don't mind being pawns.
you know what? And that statement is true. Like, okay, listen. Like, I'll just put it out there, right? The comments that he made for Kamala is that basically she's a childless cat lady. Like, listen, again, I understand why he said. I probably understand why he said that. It's a perfect move to make on his end because it further promotes his outlook on family and yada yada yada, right? But still, respectfully, I think it was slightly unprofessional. But he doubled down on it. And because he doubled down on it, people are like, listen, well, look, dude made a comment. I mean, Trump ain't really saying too much about it. It's not like he's not defending Vance, but he'll defend a comment per se. I guess you could say. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. For me, I think it was just a little unprofessional, a little tasteless. He definitely could have said something else that could have been a lot more. Like, why not bring up the fact that she locked up, innocent black folk? Like the last space that we had about Kamala Harris, we were talking about. I played a clip of a brother who was innocent and was found guilty of a crime that he did not commit, and after he had managed to end up suing, I think he sued the city. I think he sued some other people as well, and ended up getting some money from it. Right? It wasn't up until after that he managed to like take that and change, really kind of like put himself in a better position. Not saying that he was in a worse position. He was just in one of those subsidized housing areas that we all know pretty much is how it's like, and it's not due to their own fault why it's like that. That was intentional why it's like that in those particular areas. But she locked him up innocently. The brother ain't never committed a crime like that, not to that extent. And thankfully, he was out. It took him 6 years to get out. He spent 6 years of his life in prison because of her actions. Like that, to me, that's a lot more. That kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I think that weighed out a lot heavy. But the childless cat lady, again, like Miss T said, like there's a reason why some women don't have children. There's a variety of reasons why, and that's a personal thing, and I wouldn't dig at that per se. Profit, peace, power, reparations. My brother with the good eyebrows, the good hairline, and the good smell of cologne. You got the flow.
Hey, Sister Kush, shout out to you always, Sister. Appreciate your time. Appreciate everybody in the room, all the families, Rock, Sister, Miss T, Dr. C, everybody. Thinking about your title, Sister Kush, I'm not sure that either VP pick will make a difference. It's going to boil down probably to the two candidates, Trump and Harris. At the end of the day, also, as I've been saying, previously, those five battleground states, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Georgia, Illinois, and Wisconsin will probably determine the election. So both candidates are scrambling to try to get our vote, especially in Detroit, over in Michigan there, and also Pennsylvania. So you definitely see the play here, and we got to be able to step up, demand what we need to demand for both either one of those campaigns, and get the work done. Because at the end of the day, our vote still matters, and we still have power, and we still got to exercise. So the grassroots are doing their part. I give you guys credit, give everybody in this room credit. They're doing everything they can. Think about the other groups people from our lineage, the Boule, Talent the 10th. We know what kind of time they own. We know who they're supporting. They've thrown their support 95% behind the vice president. So I mean, it is what it is at this point. But as long as we continue to advocate for what we want and what we need to do, we'll be in good shape. So shout out to you, sister. Always appreciate your time.
No, I appreciate y'all. I really do appreciate you guys coming in and spending your semi.
Hey, Sister Kush, can you do me a favor?
Yes, sir.
Could you, when you get a chance at the end, could you play my song? You already know what it is.
You already know I got you, bro. Only because it's you and you made a request, and I respect that. You know what I'm talking about. Make sure y'all retweet the room. How come y'all ain't retweet the room? What you doing? What you scared? Scared to give some information? Do. Yeah, it's kind of like where we're at with a lot of stuff. But there's another clip to be played. Does anybody want to say anything else before I get into this clip? You know what I'm talking about?
One thing, I did a little research. I do not believe Walt is Jewish.
I think he's old and he kind of looked like Uncle Fester. Y'all can fight me for that. I don't care. That man look like Uncle Fester to me all day.
But the name gives it away. That's kind of sure something. He ain't us. I mean, that's kind of what, either Jewish or German, one of the two.
Okay, and he got astigmatism. He got a struggle. All right, y'all, we're gonna get to this clip. Do-do-do.
Worse and worse for Donald Trump's vice presidential running mate, J.D. Vance. I told you yesterday how in the previous 10 days, he lost 9 points of favorability with the American public, effectively losing 1 point of favorability every single day. And we have more unearthed videos. These aren't leaks. These are videos that are public, but they got very little attention when he did a lot of these interviews, and they are very, very bad. Once again revitalizing the question, can this guy survive? Can he possibly stay on as Donald Trump's vice presidential running mate? In this first video, J.D. Vance, doubling down on the people without kids thing, says that people without children are sociopathic, psychotic, and also deranged. I don't think this will bring you any new votes.
Right, there's just these basic cadences of life that I think are really powerful and really, really valuable when you have kids in your life. And the fact that so many people, especially in America's leadership class, just don't have that in their lives, I worry that it makes people more sociopathic and ultimately our whole country a little bit less less mentally stable. And of course, you talk about going on Twitter. Final point I'll make is you go on Twitter, and almost always the people who are most deranged and most psychotic are people who don't have kids at home.
So this is also crazy. Now, I can tell you as a dad that sometimes I think being a dad is what's making me lose my mind, not the opposite. But he's making the opposite argument here. But from a political strategy standpoint, like whatever your opinion is about his particular comments, who do you attract by attacking those without children? Especially since at the end of the day, even if you don't have children, you're someone's kid. And thanks to someone's decision, implicit or explicit, to have a kid, you exist. So it's just a very, very strange approach. And, when every time these videos come out, there will be someone from the Trump campaign or a spokesperson for J.D. Vance or whatever who will say, oh, there's missing context there. And the comments are being distorted.
I am money. Peace, power, reparations. Sis, you got the flow.
Listen, as a person without kids of my own, that is very hurtful. Like, we are deranged. Like, I mean, granted, we don't have all the answers. Okay, I get it. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't have all the answers that a mother and a father would have, right? But I've absolutely been around kids. I've absolutely helped raise children. Now, I'm not capping for Kamala at all. This bitch got issues. But what he said was, I think it was just a little bit far-fetched. As far as Kamala, she has white kids, right? Her kids are white. She's a stepmom to white kids who aren't hers. But she does give like cat lady with all that cackling and shit that she does. I mean, the cooning in her, I feel like, is the reason why she's giving that, I don't know, just like docile cat woman, like evil woman vibe. She doesn't seem like she's been around children. I mean, or at least any children that she really had to give a fuck about. But I think that was kind of mean to say about people without children. Some people just can't have children. You know what I'm saying? And this bitch probably could have. She just didn't want to. That's all I'm gonna say.
Thank you, sis. Appreciate you coming up. Make sure y'all retweet the space. See me tonight. My name is MF Cushion. No, I'm not trying to fight. Bars, y'all not ready for that. Go ahead, Governor Gaines. You got the flow with the good mustache.
Yeah, my voice is a little tired from last night. But good morning everybody. I just wanted to add this in context. Um Kush, have you ever watched ESPN and you see those analysts and they're talking shit about the game and they ain't never played the game, and then the athletes that done played the game are looking at them like everything you're saying is just in theory. So when I heard, the the clip you just played, and he was like, your these are somebody else's children. Well, yeah, we all are connected to somebody else, but until you are in the game, you don't understand the sentiments and the responsibilities and the hard work that goes into it. So everything that you're saying is just in theory. So you can theorize over there. You ain't got to come up. I told you my voice is tired, but you ain't got to theorize up in here, because we're playing the game of futures, and we're trying to make an environment for our children that was better than the environment that we was raised in. But yeah, it was a little insensitive. But guess what? Who the fuck needs to be sensitive in a time like this?
That is true. Who the fuck trying to be sensitive in a time like this? You a childish cat lady, bro.
I hate Kamala. That bitch can do no right. Like I am not standing up for her in any way, shape, or form. I just want you guys to know I want her to lose. I want her to lose.
A lot of us do.
Really, really valuable when you have kids in your life. And the fact that so many people, especially in America's leadership class, just don't have that in their lives, I worry that it makes people more sociopathic and ultimately our whole country a little bit less less mentally stable. And of course, you talk about going on Twitter. Final point I'll make is you go on Twitter, and almost always the people who are most deranged and most psychotic are people who don't have kids at home.
So this is also crazy. Now, I can tell you as a dad that sometimes I think being a dad is what's making me lose my mind, not the opposite. But he's making the opposite argument here. But from a political strategy standpoint, like whatever your opinion is about his particular comments, who do you attract by attacking those without children? Especially since at the end of the day, even if you don't have children, you're someone's kid. And thanks to someone's decision, implicit or explicit, to have a kid, you exist. So it's just a
Thanks,
very,
Mom. Thanks,
very
Dad.
strange approach. And, when every time these videos come out, there will be someone from the Trump campaign or a spokesperson for JD Vance or whatever who will say, oh, there's missing context there. And the comments are being distorted in some material way. Check out the entire interviews if you can sit through these things. Sometimes they're 15 minutes, sometimes they're much longer. It doesn't seem to me like there's any missing context at all. Now, here's another one in which J.D. Vance says that he and Trump will go to war against the childless. Again, who is going to hear this and say, I wasn't voting for J.D. Vance and Trump, but after hearing this, now I am? Really hard to imagine. And we'll listen to a little more of this just to give you the context that some claim is missing. The best way to invest in it is to ensure the next generation actually exists. So I think sending those signals via policy, but the cultural messaging of politicians is important. I also think, just to be a little stark about this, I think we have to go to war against the anti-child ideology that exists in our country. A few weeks ago, no, Twitter is not real life, but I forget even what caused it, but there was this ridiculous effort by millennial feminist writers to talk about
why having kids was not a good thing, why they were glad they didn't have kids, and even encouraging people who had children to talk about why they regretted having children, which of course is like
Mother's Day.
On Mother's Day, which is like psychologically deranged to ask mothers on Mother's Day to talk about why they regretted having children. And what it made me realize is that so much of what drives elite culture is mediocre millennial journalists who haven't gotten out of their career what they thought they would.
Which, by the what's funny is when he talks about mediocre millennial journalists, as a millennial himself, the fabricated backstory of J.D. Vance through his writings and interviews, I would argue, is actually an example of what he's claiming to denounce here.
Right. And the thing is, everybody can be an exceptional mother and father. Not everybody can be an exceptional journalist at the New York Times.
That's true.
And not enough people have accepted that if they put their entire life's meaning into their credential, into where they went to school, into what kind of job they have.
Which is mostly what he did, actually.
If you put all of your life's meaning into that, you're going to be the sort of person who asks women to talk about how they regret having children. You're going to be a sad, lonely, pathetic person, and you're going to know it internally, so you're going to project it onto people who have actually built something more meaningful with their lives. I think we have to go to war against that ideology and the people behind it, because we need to say to the people in my hometown, I've seen this with, just to be honest, with my sister. I love my sister is just the best person. I love her to death. And sometimes, she'll say things to me like, maybe I should have delayed having kids. Maybe I should have went to school. Maybe I should have did this or that. It's like, Lindsay, you've been a great mom. Your children are happy. They're healthy.
Don't aspire to anything else, Lindsay.
You've taken good care of them. You've shown me. She was my older sister. She took care of me a lot. And
don't aspire to anything else, Lindsay. I'm sorry, that was funny. No!
A very chaotic home. People like my sister should not feel like the cultural messaging is your life is inadequate.
This is bonkers stuff. And one of my immediate reactions when Trump chose Vance, and Vance was not an unknown to me, right? I mean, I followed his political career, read his book, saw how his public persona over the last 4 years was a total 180 from the book, seemingly for naked and craven political aspirations. This guy was a known entity. My immediate reaction, aside from kind of low energy and lack of charisma, was I can't think of any way in which Vance expands the electorate for Trump. Just didn't seem to be any way. Republican Tim Miller, who was on the show earlier this week, agreed with me. He doesn't see any way that Vance expands the voting base for Trump. And now, especially with all these comments about the childless and having less political power and being deranged and psychopathic and sociopathic, I think this is now doing material net harm to their voting base. And the question I have for you is, does J.D. Vance survive this? Let me know. info@davidpakman.com. I love...
You have to walk it like you talk it. That's what Commandment said. Hey, so all my people on stage, what y'all think about what y'all just heard? If you guys have not, make sure you guys retweet the space, because you got good credit. What y'all think about what y'all just heard?
You know what? Like I said, I can understand where he comes from. He's basically going after people saying, hey, look, what true investment do you have in this country beyond yourself? I can understand what he's saying. It's just not nice what he's saying, but like I said, who the fuck's supposed to be nice? But yeah, he's saying, what investment do you really have in the futures of this country if you're just looking for an immigrant population to provide population numbers for your country instead of creating your own people from the soil? I can understand what he's saying. Like, like I said, it's that shit. Like Shannon Sharp was sitting there talking to Skip Bayless, and Skip Bayless was talking about his whole career, and Shannon Sharp got the high pitched voice saying, "Skip, what's you talking about, Skip? I'm a Hall of Famer, Skip." It's just like that right there, Kush. Like, you can't talk about the game when you just theorizing about it. And JD Vance comes with that PayPal money. Pay attention.
The PayPal money.
Yeah, that PayPal money. Why you think homeboy endorsed Trump? What's his name? Eloin. Why you think Eloin invested in Trump? That PayPal money, man.
Hey, Chief, not only that, he got that tech money for Peter Thiel, so that's another point. So I agree with you.
There you
It's
go.
ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, you made some good points. I think the reality is that this backwards immigration policy is just. I mean, Biden put it on overdrive, really, but this policy has always been a problem in America, and then they use it to wedge against our people by giving them jobs and money and resources and giving them economic floor against the people who were born here, us. So yeah, they've been using it for a while now, so on steroids, and so we just got to get rid of it. We got to stand up and say, listen, this immigration policy is an absolute disaster, it's a failure, and if you think this is gonna help you, it's not gonna help him. It's only gonna hurt him at the end.
I mean, bro, if you truly think about it, right? Think about 3 generations of black people that have been told to go to college to get a job. Put everything to the side, go to college and get a job. Don't build your community, get a job. And so, you tell that to a bunch of people and they start believing, hey, if I go to college, I can get a good ass job. All right, yeah, you just working for somebody. But then you put that you put that in front of your own personal development as a human. You put that before creating a family, creating a legacy. You put that job before everything. That's why people sit back and go, God damn, that's all you care about is that name tag. I mean, if you really dissect what this individual is saying, he's saying get beyond being an individual and think of yourself as we.
I like cheesecake. Go ahead, Claire Reese, and then we'll get to Miss T.
Yes. About what I just heard. Interesting. He is a family man. That's great. However, when he talked about how people that don't have children, majority of them are narcissists. However, there are people that are narcissistic sociopaths that have children, and they still operate that way today. So the opposite is also true. So for him to make that statement, might want to go back to the drawing board. And to say that about all people that don't have children, there are some people that are not able to literally have children. And then it's like, well, are you promoting single parent households because you're bashing all people that don't have children? Anyway, you might want to go back to the drawing board, because that's the other way of looking at it. Are you bashing everyone that doesn't have children? You don't know why people don't have children. They don't want to be single parents. They want to do it right the first time. They're not able to have children. They know that they have issues and they're not going to procreate because it's better for the world. Why is he lumping everyone together? It's not about being sensitive. It's about being logical. Logical thinking. If you're thinking logical, then you know that there are people out here that are narcissists that have children. That's just the bottom line. So, and again, that cannot procreate and that won't procreate because they know what they procreate won't be good for the future, but they can help aid in someone else's family structure. I land. Thank you.
Thank you. Miss T, go ahead. You got the floor.
Hey, Prophet said something that made a lot of sense. We were the people that they told, education is key to your success. You go to school, 'cause if you don't get these scholarships, you do real good in school so you can get scholarships so that you don't have to pay all these money back. But you end up getting loans anyway. You have to pay all this money back. And then you may or may not get a job, right? But these new Americans, and I say that in quotes, that are coming over, they are being told, come over and start a business. As a matter of fact, when you come to the Office of New Americas, we're going to help you set up your new business, right? We're going to do everything for you. We're going to help you apply for your EIN number, help you with your board, help you with your articles of incorporation. They getting all the help they need to establish a new business. They are not being told to come over here and get in debt, go to school, get in debt. They're being told, you come and you make a new life in America. You start your own business. Because we have told the Black people that they're going to go to school and then they got to come to you for a job, because you're going to be the ones who start the next corporations. And the Black people, they're going to be your worker class. Y'all see the setup? Do y'all see the setup? How they are doing everything to set these people up to be a tremendous success, to have corporations, even to not even make English the language of America, right? They're giving them the ability to say, to discriminate and say, discriminate against all Americans and say, hey, bilingual is preferred. Or do you speak Spanish? If you don't, they move your application to the bottom. And that gives them the freedom and flexibility to hire their own, because they ain't got to teach them. There's no language barrier difference. It's now that you can look at things from the hindsight, you better set your children and your grandchildren up for what it's going to be for them in the next 5 to 10 years if they're going to be out here in the job market. Because as it stands now, your kids can hardly get a job at any fast food restaurant so that they can learn how to be a team player, how to be responsible, and how to just develop a skill set. It's kind of hard. And then if they don't have Black owned businesses to go to get that first job opportunity, and then all of the other businesses like the grocery stores and the fast food restaurants, and those options are no longer available to them because 59-year-old Julio Gonzalez is working at McDonald's because he know he can push the button on to make your order, and they can pay him to do that instead of paying a team. Our kids and grandkids, y'all, it ain't gonna be looking good for them as far as job opportunities. It's just not. So it's a new paradigm in America. Do you need to go to college, or do you just need to come out of here? And a lot of our kids, they got great skills and they could own their own businesses if they had the funding to do that. So we got to sit down with our kids, grandkids, just kids in the neighborhood, and say, what is your plan? What is your strategy? And if they don't have one, it's up to us to help them to see, or help them to kind of figure out which way are they going to go in this new America. Because it's going to be different. It's not going to be the way it has been up until now, especially if this Kamala is elected. Even if Trump is elected, it's only going to be slowed down for 4 years. He can only give us a 4-year reprieve, but that'll give us a 4-year break to kind of re-strategize and get some shit together, get out here, get our own businesses up and running so that we can grow and scale our businesses and then become the employers of our future progeny. It's looking bad as it is right now. And if these people win, America will be the third world country that these people ran from and came over here and just reduplicated what they ran from here in America, like in Minnesota, which is where our VP pick is, who basically made his state the new Somali. I land.
Thank you, Miss T. Genesis NY, you got the floor, sis. Go ahead.
Peace, reparations, power, blessings, and love to the host and to the room, all my people. I did come in here because I don't like this VP. I don't like JD Vance. So I just want to speak to, I'm a therapist psychologist, and I don't like how he's almost coming across like Kamala, however you want to say her name, right? We don't know who he is. He wants some people, the way that he kind of promotes or brands himself is as he wrote the book, Hillbilly Elegy, right? As he was born in poverty and raised in poverty and all of that. But if you really look into his background, right, in Kentucky, if you really look into his background, his parents divorced when he was little, but his mother had, some substance issues, so he was raised by his grandparents. The grandparents are from Kentucky. Homie was raised in Ohio. Why does that matter? I mean, because you're trying to act like you can identify with these hillbillies, as he said, in Kentucky and the poor man and all that kind of thing. But you were really raised in Ohio by your grandparents and went to the Ohio University. So he's also trying to cosplay in the white area. I don't really understand how they do that. I know how it's happened with my people, but he's a little cosplayer. The other piece that I wanted to say, and this doesn't mean that anybody in this situation, that it applies to them, but when I think from a psychologist perspective, right, the way he talks about women and children and all of that, having children or not, you have to remember that this kid, his mother was a substance abuser, user, and was really kind of in and out of his life, if at all. And he was raised by his grandparents. So psychologically, I look at, well, what did that, you know what I'm saying? What did that do to him, and how did that shape his opinion of women as I hear him talking about that, or even in parenthood, right? So then he marries a woman outside of his ethnicity, because white people don't think they have ethnicity. But yes, sweetie, you do. Race is a class system. And so now I'll swing back to Kamala, who is she understands that. She has said that she was shaped by her mother's people. And the Indians, that's all it is a class system. So we have to look at her perspective. And so she understands class system and wants to be the damn president of the United States, right? Bring in whoever this clown is next to her. And she has the back of black people, black women in particular, who don't fucking understand this. Excuse my language, but that stresses me, because when I talk to my own people I'm close to, who are black women, they can't get past Trump is a racist. They can't quite understand that Democrats are racist. They can't get the whole picture. So just to sum it up, I don't like Kamala, right? So that's a given. But I don't like this guy at all. He makes me uncomfortable. I am a Trump supporter simply for the reason of not continuing to get screwed by Democrats. The immigration policy that they are trying to lock in, she can do 8 years. I mean, she's not, right? If she goes in there, she conceivably could be in that White House for 8 years. I can't have that. So I'm over there with Trump on this one. And I land.
For
Hey,
sure. Thank
sister,
you.
can I add real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Excuse me, FBA. I appreciate it. I think the biggest thing about Vance that I have problem with that Vance doesn't have any experience. Now, Obama didn't have any experience either. So, you have these one-offs. You have Obama, Ronald Reagan. He was an actor. He's a one-off. Trump was a one-off. He was a, real estate investor. So you have this, but typically, you got to think about J.D. Vance. He's the same age as Richard Nixon when Richard Nixon was vice president. So, and then John F. Kennedy was young too. So experience does matter in politics. It really, really does. And Vance just doesn't have it. So I don't think he was a good pick for Trump. I think he was the tech support, the tech money pick. And I think, that was the reality of it. But at the end of the day, we definitely can't have Harris and Waltz as president and vice president. I totally agree with that. And Miss T was right. We definitely have to sit down with our children, grandchildren, and we have to have a conversation. We have to reframe how we're going to move forward in this current environment. This current environment is definitely difficult when you got grown adults working at fast food restaurants and all the other businesses and not being able to allow young people to have jobs and gain experience that way. So I still think education is important, but we have to we definitely have to have it. But the new Americans, as Ms. T calls them, correctly, they are getting economic flow. It's just the 21st century. They call it the Homestead Act. They did the same thing to the Europeans back in the late 19th century and the 20th century when they first came to America. So it's the same thing again. And so we got to stop it. We got to push back against it. We cannot allow it. So I'll get back. Thanks, FBA guys.
Hey y'all, how y'all doing? I got two things. First thing is about her VP pick. Is she gonna be commander in chief? How is she gonna be commander in chief and her VP ran away from what he was supposed to do when he was in the military? He didn't want to go fight in Iraq, so he didn't go. Did y'all know that? He ran away from it. But also I had a talk with my daughters because they trying to push this thing to our daughters, and my daughter, one my oldest is she's 35 and my other one she's 23. So they really are trying to get to them. So I had a conversation with them, and you all know what my stance is. I damn sure is not a Democrat and will not be looking that way. But I had a conversation just to ask my daughters who they were voting for. Both of them said Kamala. you know, I almost went in the dirt after that. But what I did do after they told me this is had a long conversation with them and also gave them information as far as receipts so that they can see what I was talking about. I wasn't just being a talking head so that they were like, I'm just, running my mouth. No, I gave them information as far as what Kamala is and what she's trying to do and what she has done against us so that they can see that's the wrong choice. And with that conversation, my older daughter said, shit, fucking, I ain't vote for neither one of them. So she not even, she said she not even voting because she tired of that shit anyway. So she just said, fuck it. My younger daughter, she's on the train. She's not, I told her just write herself in. You don't even have to vote. If you don't want to vote for Trump, write yourself in. And she said, that's fine. She's going to do that as well. So if you do have, young ones out there that, you need to speak to or whatever, just don't be a talking head. Make sure you have some receipts with them because they don't just want to hear you talking. They want to see some things. So if you can get some information to show them, that'll be better so that they will be able to see the things instead of you just telling it to them. But that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, goddess with the good eyebrows. Go ahead, Governor.
Yeah, I just wanted to add in that I was talking to the wife the other day, and I said to her, I said, um this is the first time in a long time when, the black man is actually speaking up about voting. I said, because for two generations, we've been pushed away from the vote by mechanisms of, you know, white supremacy, as it's like to be called, from, child support court and incarceration and things of that nature. And, a lot of those mechanisms that were used to put us down were because we were trying to take care of families. So, when that nigga went to jail, what I'm saying, for moving a pack or whatever, he was trying to take care of somebody. When he was put in child support court for, non-payment, He was trying to figure things out. But in all those areas, like my dad has never voted because when he was able to vote, it got taken away from him because he couldn't register because his license was suspended due to non-payment. And I'll tell you this, my father was one of the most instrumental people in my life when he taught me a trade, several trades. So yeah, he might not have paid paper to that white man and my mother, but he gave me a ton of game that I'll never forget and I'll never lose, and I'll pass it on to my sons. So yeah, it's that era. So now we're in the era where men are actually speaking up and they're saying, "Look, I want better for my children." And you got this dude, JD Vance, who's talking about cat ladies and shit running the country. Of course, he's gonna sound a little off, a little weird, because he's talking from a place of suppressed thought. That's all I had to say, Kush.
For sure. All right, y'all. La 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 la. Boy, do 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 do. Shout out to all y'all that have managed to come and join your early morning, semi early afternoon with Kush. I appreciate all y'all coming in. Thank you guys who retweeted the space. Appreciate it. Most definitely appreciate the love, the support from all my Black American family because y'all got good credit. But three things, guys. Black American Business Space, August 27th, 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to talk about firearm safety. Do we think gun laws are still racist? Let me know. Let me know what you think. But you got to hit that reminder, you know what I'm saying, when you come into the space, so we can also highlight some Black American entrepreneurs as well. See you guys at 4 o'clock today, Eastern Standard Time. Boule, America versus Black America. Where do we all stand with all that? I got some stuff that some of y'all may need to hear, right? Let's see. Don't forget to subscribe to the YouTube channel, Wake and Bake with Kush. Check out Chef C's YouTube channel on their next podcast. And yeah, retweet the space. I got a few more minutes. We can spend with each other. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, the whole comment that he made, it was completely insensitive. Governor, I definitely understand what you're saying. Empress, God, not Empress, Goddess. I understand exactly what you're saying as well. There's just a lot that's going on, a lot to take in with all this. But for the most part, in my personal opinion, I do think Trump kind of made a, I'm not going to say a bad decision, and I'm not going to say the wrong decision, but I am going to say he made an interesting choice. And it might not have worked out in his favor. So does anybody have any last words that they may want to come up and say?
Coach, can I ask you a question?
You can always ask me anything. Go ahead.
Let me ask this question real quick. Can you send me a share your YouTube with me? Because I've just tried to find it. I can't find it.
Yes, ma'am. I'll send it to you. It's the first dot in the Jumbotron, and I'll send one to your personal inbox. Go ahead, Unc.
What's up, FBA? Hey, I understand the question on Trump's VP, but between the two VPs, is he worse than Democrats?
No.
Because at the end of the day, that's what it boils down to me. Will he be able to handle this other dude when they get on the stage to put on their show, right? And that to me is the deciding factor of whether or not he made a bad choice or not. Because uh, they don't ask us who, we sit back and wait. Okay, who's gonna be the nominee? And then when we find out, it is what it is. With no input. Ain't no voting on it. Do you believe that this should be the person? I don't think the people do. I'm not sure. This might be you just talking, but I don't even know if the people really choose the VP nominee like they do the president nominee. Right? I don't know if they give us a choice in the matter, but it is what it
They
is. It, say again. I didn't hear that. Okay. Yeah. So with that being said, at this point, it's just whether or not is he stronger than can he put on a better show than other people? That's basically what the people want to know. They want to see. When they had these debates and all this other shit. So I was just asking that question to you. I think you said he wasn't, right? Is that what your answer was?
No, yeah, I don't think he's bad as Democrats because the issue that I have with Waltz is this, right? So Waltz is definitely for like the whole transgender
Correct.
Decepticon agenda. So I do have an issue with that because I don't believe no child is in their right mind to make that kind of big of a decision. And even to the parents who allow that mess to happen, I think you got a problem too. Like, fuck, that's just weird. In addition to him also like inciting the BLM riots and all that other stuff, like there's a lot of things that I could find a lot more worse than what Vance made about a comment. I understand that it's insensitive. I do understand that, so I can't take away that. But there's a reason why he made the comment. There's a strategic reason why he made the comment. So the backlash that you guys may be hearing may also be used to. It may say that he's furthering a point of saying, well, nobody, people who don't have parents are weird and all this other stuff. But there's a reason why he's throwing a dig at Command Me for a reason, because he wants that spot. He wants to solidify his position out there in the media and even out there with Trump. So that's where I get with that. But no, I don't think that he's worse than Vance.
I get that. Hey, check this too before you shut down. I had a real time encounter with my grandkids about the simple little word that they and how they look at it, right? Of being able to identify whatever you want to identify as, right? Now it's amazing because at their age, and of course y'all know I had to sit them down and explain to them how serious that was just to be playing, and they understood what I was saying. But in the beginning, it's just a fun gesture to them. You know, I can identify as a cow. Well, it's fun, and they laughing as kids. I can identify as whatever until it gets to the point of that indoctrination. When it gets to time to make a real serious decision, they have already been kind of indoctrinated into thinking and programmed to saying, I can use this piece of shit whenever I feel like I need to. It's kind of how I got from them. But y'all be careful, man, and just know that your kids, your grandkids, they are playing with this word of being able to identify it however the fuck they want to identify. Very scary. I just wanted to share that.
For sure. Thank you, brother. Black majority state, and we'll get to EJ, and then everybody else can follow behind.
Let me see if it'll let me come off mic. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, awesome. So to follow up on what the last gentleman said, I attended a funeral. It's in mid-central North Pennsylvania, basically in corn country. And the person who attended the funeral had said, in the schools up there, now they do have these are all majority white, but there are some of us in these areas too. But the schools up there have litter boxes in the schools. And first of all, I'm thinking litter boxes, cats, kittens, whatever. Well, as it turns out, no, it's not for cats or kittens. It's for kids who identify as cats in the school. So
What?
most of this, yeah, I was blown away. I was shocked. I was thinking, man, I would have to get my kids out of that school. But this is what's going on in the school. So it's being taught at a very young age to children in this country, and that is extremely disturbing to even try to wrap my mind around that. There's a bunch of adults that are allowing this to go on. The first thing in my mind, I'm saying there's a mental health disorder issue here. But transhumanism and transgenderism are deeply connected. We did a massive space on it. There's this woman who's like a feminist who would have normally been a part of that ideology, but she really was out exposing it, and just telling how the pharmaceutical industry, once they get these kids transferred, it's a lifetime of income because they got to stay on these medications. There's all these different surgeries that go on, and then that is the infrastructure that will set up for us being merged with these machines. It's a really big, long plan, and it may not take as long as we think because we know Neuralink is already out there and other devices that will connect our brains directly to these machines. So it's something to be very, 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 very worried about. But I came up as my last word. I really wanted to highlight that, you know, in the space, a lot of people are saying, well, I can't vote for Kamala, which I agree. And then other people saying, well, I can't vote for Trump either, and I agree. And then their other option is I'm gonna write my own name in, or I'm just not gonna vote at all. I'm gonna sit on the couch. And there's not the third option, which is legitimately an option, which is RFK. I put in your purple pill his black agenda, where he states, Black Americans have suffered under both the Democrats and Republicans, and that he is the person that can change that, who has a desire to change that. I think that in these last 90 days till the election, it's really important for us to take a look at that other candidacy, because right now he's in court in New York because the Democrats, and this has been going on the whole time, even though he's on 45 states, the Democrats and the Republicans have been suing his campaign to try to get him knocked off of all these ballots. And he's had to have won a dozen court cases, but they bring him because it slows down momentum, it costs money, it takes away time. So the question, when I hear people say, well, Trump, they're really, really out to get this guy. He's an outsider, yada, 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 but he was already the president. There's videos of him standing next to Klaus, WEF. There's videos of him connected to all of these globalists, and yet people still believe that he's some type of outsider. I don't understand where that comes from. But this guy, who has lost his social capital in certain spaces because of his views, who is being literally dragged into court by both political parties, is actually the person that's actually being kept out of debates. Even, I mean, he's still fighting to get in what this next debate, if it ever happens. So for me, I always look at him and say, well, this is a system. It's a federal system, national system, state system, global system. And if that system is working this hard, literally daily, to keep this person out of contention, then I really got to look at that person seriously and see what this person is offering, and what policies that they're talking about and what agenda they have. And I'm going to shout out Angela Stanton King, who is the Black woman who was a part of his campaign, who likely gave him a lot of these talking points. I know in the maternal health, because that's her area where she really focuses on kids and maternal health. And he has adopted that and put it right on the platform. So he is somebody that can be molded, who listens to the community, and who doesn't just, you ask him a question about Black people and he pivots to Israel, or he pivots to some other thing. He gives specific talking points to our community. I think it's important. I think it's valuable. I hope everybody takes the time to not just write in their name or not sit on the couch, but actually look at RFK seriously. Nobody's perfect. There's always some issues that you're going to find, but the pros outweigh the cons. And I can't say that about the other two, really, in anything, in any area. And even in the deportation part of it, logistically, it's not physically possible. He's already pivoted from deportation to closing the border. RFK has the same, close the border. I mean, it's one of those things where he's like a hybrid. He has some of the good from the Democrats, some of the good from the Republicans, but most of the bad, he doesn't carry that very negative baggage along with him. So I'll just end on that. Thanks for the space. I really appreciate it, listening and speaking.
No, I appreciate you
Can I
guys coming.
respond?
You said, "Oh, hold on, we're gonna get to EJ, and I'll get to you, Uncle." Okay. Uh, EJ, you there?
Yes, I am, Chrissy.
Go ahead. You
Can you
got the
hear me?
floor. Yes, sir.
Cool, cool. All right, real quick. I'm in the context. I know I'm going to get in there. Y'all been going for a good little while in illustration. I can appreciate it because everything for everybody to put up. Really, to be honest with you, I would say it like this. There is no good choice in this presidential campaign at all. I don't think nobody's worth me getting my ass off the couch and going to vote for it. This is me personally. I'm gonna put somebody else me, but I'll present the facts, I'll present the truth of what I see, and you make your own choice of that. Now, with that being said, JD Vance, man, look, this dude look like he might be one of the people that want to go for bad at times, and then he might want to try to dumb it down some too. But either way it goes, they can both kiss my black ass. I don't care. We already know Kamala's not gonna get black men voted that, but black women vote well. But I can feel like the sister standing up on the side of us and saying, "Hell no, we're not falling for that same shit twice." And I appreciate that. That's a good look. So I mean, the way I see it is, you don't have to burn down to it. It's like, hey, y'all, look, you ain't putting nothing on the table for us. You just got to go. But I leave it at that. But I got one more thing to say. You get like, boy, booty.
You got you got problems. Yeah. All right, you got the floor.
Thank you, sis. Thank you. Hey, uh, let's be honest with this shit, right? The Kennedys, the Trumps, the Clintons, the Bidens, all the top motherfuckers that know the history of America know the fucked up shit they all done to Black America, right? One thing I'm clear about since 2020 is that we ain't got no friends. Ain't nobody gonna fight for us. Ain't nobody gonna do shit for us. You know what would get my dick hard? Is if we put as much energy into uniting our people to come together and really figure out and know as many as I say, as many of our people who are like-minded, which are millions of us. We just ain't connected all together on one accord yet. Come together, spend that energy finding those people, right? Because at the end of the day, the system ain't for you. The people, these other tribes ain't for you. We all the fuck we got. But I wish we could use that energy, finding our people and building our community and becoming independent, like what Kush is trying to do with our black businesses, training up our people in the way that we should go so that these other motherfuckers can't fuck with us when we start putting our brains together and building our nation inside of this fucking nation. So yeah, I hear what you're saying on Kennedy, but you can't tell me you offered me something unless you know that it was some fucked up shit that went on to that people. You ain't giving nobody nothing unless you absolutely know that they have been mistreated, abused, worked to death. No finances, no ability to generate generational wealth like everybody else that are allowed to do it. So these motherfuckers see this shit. You can't be a Kamala Harris talking about explain to me about all the shit you know that black people went through. But then when asked, are you gonna do reparations? No, I can't do nothing specifically for these niggas, even though I know they went through some fucked up shit. That ain't your friend, right? I'm your friend because I'm fighting for what we supposed to fucking have. But I know I'd rather put energy in building my community and my nation inside these nations that are against us, right? So at the end of the day, Kennedy could go suck a dick because he was asked, would you do reparations? This cracker didn't say, well, let me think about it and I will see if we can go from there. No, that motherfucker said, fuck no, right? Kamala said no. Biden said no. What's his name? The nigga who we thought was black, Obama said no. And we could go all the way down the fucking line. So what we've learned in 2020 moving forward, ain't nobody on our fucking side, not even the people that we thought was melanated like us. We found out we are the only thing that we got. We are our own people, right? So at the end of the day, I know we got to play this game and you got to try to pick somebody who you think gonna do something for you. But at the end of the day, even your boy, the black dude that wanted to run, he didn't immediately come on to no reparations shit. It just makes sense because I better do it. I'm a black candidate, right? It does make sense if you not saying you're gonna fight for something that you. So yeah, these games, man, we got to see this shit for what the fuck it is. And at the end of the day, I'm not putting my time if I'm gonna play this game behind no candidate that I realistically know just from knowing business and how this goddamn corporate America run, ain't got a shithole chance against these other banks that he's running against, called the Democrat and Republican Party. Bloods, Crips, however you want to call it, right? So realistically, Kennedy and anybody else that ain't on these two parties don't have a shithole chance, right? Because it ain't ever happened, and ain't nobody gonna change in the middle of the stream right now and try to go with that shit. So at the end of the day, neither one of them are gonna do shit unless we unite and start making some fucking demands on their ass and find your numbers and play this game like the motherfuckers in Minnesota did when they took over Minnesota. It was a numbers game, an area game, a territorial game. They own and control the politics in Minnesota. So yeah, Somalians can have an area and put somebody in there that would change their flags. They own in politics in that area. And we got to wake up and know that this is how the game is played in America. Who are your people? Where you at? Where your numbers at? Pull yourself together and start running some shit like that. And with that, man, I land. Thank you for your time again, Kush.
No problem. Go ahead, Black Majority. I know you want to respond.
Yeah, yeah. So shout out to Unc. I think I've been in some spaces with you, and
Most
so I don't know
definitely.
if
Most
the
definitely.
memory is there, but you know, obviously the only reason I'm on Twitter is to promote Black majority states, the concentration, migration, and elevation of our people to get state power. So that's what I spend 99% of my time. But I also believe we got to meet our people where they're at, and most of these discussions on Twitter or distracted by this election cycle. I mentioned that earlier. I can't wait till that's over so we can actually get back to focusing on Black American politics. And everything you said is legitimate, except for the part that everybody took a narrative and then they ran with it. News Soder hold a space back in October, and this is one of the first times when Kennedy had talked about reparations again, likely coming from Angela Stanton King, because she is grassroots, she's a part of the lineage, and so she's probably been feeding him information. He got pushed back in the media, and they said that he had, did something with his website, basically reworded things, and that's true. And so I can't take that away. But here's what he actually has said, so that it's very, very clear where he's at on reparations. He said that he believes morally reparations is the right thing to do, and that constitutionally those who are descended from slaves have the right to reparations. That's exactly what he said, quote for quote for quote for quote. He then goes on to explain that the black farmers who just got $2 billion, he actually was going to offer them $5 billion, and he actually used the word reparations, and that's on his website when he said he's going to give the black farmers $5 billion. But what he says is, and this is something that we have to understand, because there's this lawsuit movement that's coming through reparations Twitter. They actually sued in federal court, and they won. He said the racist. Now, this is the only candidate that I've ever seen who uses this language. He uses terminology like white supremacy and racist, and he calls out racists who are racist. He said the racist who ran the USDA denied black farmers $500 billion worth of loans and grants over a period of time. He said it was a travesty. He says, and I went back and followed up on it. This is why they're still fighting. Even though a federal judge gave them a victory in court and said, yes, they are owed this money, the Congress, this is in the 90s, refused to appropriate the money. And so that's where he's at. He says, look, Congress will not appropriate the funds, because we're not talking about $500 billion. Most estimates are $20 trillion. So let's be clear on that. That's what his fallback is based on this experience where these farmers are still living. They're owed the money. Everybody knows it and agrees to it. Congress would not come together to actually give them what they owe today, and they are still alive today. Now, what ends up happening is under Obama, they do make a settlement for, if I remember correctly, $1.25 billion is the amount that they received under Obama, which is why they have been still fighting, which is why they ultimately got this $2 billion that came out now. But even if you add 1 and 2 together, you get 3. That's nowhere near the $500 billion that they are owed, and they are the people that are still alive today. I want to make it clear in the clip that goes around, and this is a direct talking point from reparations Twitter. He says race-based reparations is a non-starter, or words to that effect, because of the dismantling at the Supreme Court in the Harvard case, affirmative action, and a whole host of other things as they continue to dismantle, and even the Chevron case, which most people think is going to be this savior thing. Actually, they just took it from agencies and took it over to federal judges, and the federal judges are dismantling all of these rights. So don't hold your breath thinking that once the federal justices get a case that they like, that they can use to dismantle more Black American rights, that they won't take the opportunity to dismantle more of our rights, because they will. I'm a button it all up with this. Again, it's about discernment, it's about data, it's about actually listening to the entire interview and not just a 30-second soundbite, which is targeted by either the Democrats or the Republicans, because initially it was the Republicans. When he first said I'm for reparations, it was the Republicans that attacked him. But I can also understand how the Democrats would attack him, because one, they didn't want him to run in the primaries. Two, they don't want him to take that away from them, because they've been using it as a carrot to get us to continue to vote for their party, to keep hope alive, keep the dream alive. But he's saying, I will do what I can do as the executive through executive power. That is significantly different from what Trump or Kamala will ever say. They will never say anything close to that. And that is why they are fighting him tooth and nail in court to keep him off the ballot. What I'm saying is this: 100 million people stayed on the couch in 2020. If 25% of those people show up, he's not only in the race, he has a really, really, really serious chance of actually winning, because you don't need 50%, you only need 30+%. The numbers really get dramatically less when there's three people in the race. So it is a real shot, even though people keep saying he doesn't have a chance. He actually does have a legitimate shot. He's got over 1 million signatures the first time that ever happened. And because he's an independent, he had to go out and get signatures. What I'm saying is, and I could talk about the Mosana case, which was a black man that got over 200 million or 200 million dollars. I could talk about him suing the city of New York to remove a waste dump, toxic waste dump from a Black American community. This guy, for what it's worth, has actually been fighting not just for Black people, but also and for Black people while he does his thing that he does. And I'll end with that.
Thank you. All right. So, Ms. T, did you have any last words? Governor Gaines, did you have any last words?
I had some last words, Cushy.
Hold on. Put your hand up. Give me 1 second. Governor, did you have any last words? Prophet, did you have any last words? KJ, you got it.
No, I was gonna say you already know what I gotta say. You're not supposed to trust any politician. You're not supposed to trust any motherfucker on the TV. These motherfuckers are already pre-selected. If you think your vote or something is gonna matter and shit like that, you're a fool. Kush, what did I say last time? President essentially means prince. These motherfuckers have to bow down to the England and Roman Vatican and shit like that. You know what I mean? Like, your vote does not matter. These people don't give a fuck. Everybody is against the American nigga. Everybody. The fucking Arab, the fucking Jew, Chinese motherfuckers who be cooking up rats and shit. All them motherfuckers are against the American nigga. They cannot help your motherfucking ass. They cannot put you in goddamn big time politics and shit like that to become president and shit. We from this motherfucking land. Why would they fucking put you in a position like that? I mean, why would they even fucking help you? Our people went to war with these motherfuckers in the 1800s and shit like that. We showed out when we had riots, all kinds of shit. They don't fuck with us. You know what I'm saying? They do not give a rat's ass. These people are already pre-selected. It might just be fucking Kamala. It might be fucking RFK. Yeah, bro, these people are already pre-fucking selected. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I gotta say, man. I don't believe in none of this shit. I mean, Wag the Dog, movies like that and stuff already showed you how this is all bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Even Hollywood is controlled by the CIA and shit like that. That's why when you watch war movies, they always make America look good and shit like that. Saving Private Ryan and all that extra shit. And people still believe in this fucking shit. Like these motherfuckers have already been pre-selected. I don't even believe the Electoral College selects these motherfuckers. You feel me? Like they say. And you can't even see who the fuck your Electoral College motherfuckers are. You got to be like within that shit to know who the fuck who's who and shit like that. Which judge and all these other motherfuckers that be involved in that shit. So that's all I gotta say. I don't I don't believe that you can select these motherfuckers. You a damn fool.
All right. Ben,
Hey,
last words.
Kush.
Yeah, okay. No,
Hold
they're
on, hold
not.
on, hold on.
Let me just tell you, if you have something valuable, people wouldn't fight so hard to take it away from you. The vote is valuable. Okay, let us not be deceived by that. This is what the generation in the 60s, some of them fought so hard for. They fought for us to have the right to vote in a fair way. The Voting Rights Act, I think it
They
was what,
didn't know what was
sir,
really
sir,
popping.
sir, sir, sir. I kept quiet while you were speaking. Your vote does matter. I remember, I'm in the state of Florida. Uh, I remember when Gore versus Bush, and actually, they say Gore, Bush only won the state. Now that could have been fixed by his brother, because his brother was the governor of the state of Florida at the time that Bush won. But they said Bush only won
Did you
against
say
Gore.
fixed?
I say
This is what I'm
Bush. Well,
saying.
excuse me. What? Excuse me. I say Bush only won against Gore by no more than about 400 to 600 votes, which is not a lot of votes. Your votes do matter, so we should get out and vote. We should not let people deceive us with these conspiracy theories.
It's not
That,
conspiracy
well,
theories. It's
sir,
called
sir,
do deep
sir,
fucking
sir,
research. And
sir,
this is why
sir,
our people
sir,
have to use
sir,
our fucking
sir,
brain.
sir,
Like
sir.
the
Wait a
homie
minute,
said
sir,
last
sir. Wait a
time,
minute.
we
Wait a
have
minute,
to
sir,
fucking look out
sir,
for
sir. Wait a minute.
ourselves, man. Are
I
you
didn't
a
come.
fool?
Are you the fool? I have a
You're a
degree. No,
fool.
are you the fool, sir?
You getting
I'm
involved in
not gonna
honky
let you take
politics
me
when we
off my
should be getting
square
involved in building
because you a
ourselves
dummy.
up.
But did you
No, you a
say
dummy, sir.
fixed? Is
You a
what I'm
dummy.
saying.
Okay, can you let me
Like,
finish?
you see
Can you
what
let
I'm
me
saying?
finish? No, you let me
You
finish.
don't want us to build
No,
up our
no,
own
sir.
fucking
No,
selves.
sir,
You
sir,
want us to
sir.
get involved in honky
Okay, wait.
politics.
No, no. See,
That's what the
this
fuck
a
you
per
want.
this the type of person who could be
It's
a
not the
op.
type of person,
Okay,
nothing. I'm
so
talking about building
you the type of
ourselves up,
person could be
and
a
here
op,
you go with this fucking
sir,
great white hope
sir.
shit.
So
Fuck
you
out of
have
here,
to be.
man.
I have a degree in political science, by the
Fuck
way.
the goddamn degree,
Okay,
man.
and so
Who gives a
no,
fuck about the degree? We talking
so
about building
I'm
ourselves up,
studied.
and you with this great white hope shit. Here
I'm
you go with
studied,
this fucking
and
college shit.
you have to get involved in
Fuck
politics.
out of here,
You
man.
politics of politics definition of politics. One definition is who gets what, when, and how. And so, for the allocation of resources,
And what have we gotten,
we
nigga?
must.
And what have we
Hey, one.
gotten?
Why don't you shut up?
No,
Okay, you
fuck
dummy.
that. What have we gotten?
You dummy. Why don't we shut up?
What have we
You
gotten?
need to go
I
to
thought you
school
went to college,
somewhere.
nigga.
No,
What have
no,
we gotten?
you need to go to Mississippi
Fuck
State
out
or
of here, bro.
somewhere, maybe a junior college, because I don't
Fuck
No,
think you
out
did
of
can get
this
any
here,
nigga
more
say
bro.
out.
Mississippi
Okay,
State?
yeah,
This
Mississippi
nigga
State,
talking about
junior
Mississippi
college.
State and
Okay,
shit. Fuck the
yeah,
goddamn
yeah.
fool,
Dude.
nigga. You the fool for paying all that
Apply to
fucking money.
Mississippi State or
What have we
something.
gotten as a
Okay,
fucking people?
we
Tell me, nigga. Tell me. What have we gotten as a fucking people?
no. You respect me.
Man,
Okay,
fuck you, nigga.
I'm
What
your
have we
senior,
gotten as a fucking
sir.
people?
Sir,
You can't
you
answer the
respect
question
me.
because you're
I
too
could
fucking
answer you.
involved in
I could
honky
answer your
politics,
question.
nigga.
I could
You're
answer
too
your
fucking
question.
involved in hunky
You a
politics,
dummy.
believing in the
You
fucking great
you
white
you
hope, nigga.
you no, you a
You a
dummy.
scared nigga. That's
No,
what
you a
you
dummy.
is.
No,
You
you
a
a dummy.
scared nigga.
Man,
Ain't
I'm not
nobody
scared of
fucking
I'd like
scared
nothing.
to
of this
speak
shit.
after this
No,
battle.
listen, man.
Trying to fucking
I'm not.
vote and
I'm
shit.
not.
We're gonna move on. We are going to move on. Unc has the floor. We're gonna get to Black Majority State, and we're gonna get to my sister, y'all Lotus. That's where that's gonna be. Oh Lord, I got another person coming up, and the last person that's gonna speak is Ishmael. I hope we're clear on that. Nobody comes off their mic. Unc, you have the floor. Sorry, there's a double mute.
All right. What's up, Ish? Ain't heard from you in a while. Hope all is well. Uh, Politics, right? This is me, right? Even though I gave my little thing early in the day when I said how it is a shit show and it is a great production, one of the greatest productions I've seen, better than any concert I ever been in my life when it comes down to the real battle, right? Locally, I think playing politics is cool, right? I think if you got the numbers, you could do shit on that local level, and you can put your people in seats in that local. Now, don't mean ain't no bullshit in the game. Always gonna be bullshit in the game. You got to play politics, but locally, from our point of view, that's where the contracts, that's where the money comes down from the feds. They send the shit all the way down to the states. The states get it, and their job is to divide it to the your areas based on what your people sitting in the seats have given them to say why we need this money for what we need it for. That's why it's important having your people in the seats on the local level. So yeah, I would play politics at that level. That's me, right? Because I think that's where the battles is. That's where you can get. That's where money really is. But you just got some really greedy motherfuckers sitting in the seats. If your community is still fucked up for the last 50 or 60 years, then somebody's not doing what the fuck they're supposed to do for the community, and they're greedy and they need to be put out those seats. And you got to put the right people in that area, right? So I would play it on that game. Now on that national level, that's what my thing I told you earlier. I just believe, that's a whole nother level played at with a whole nother set of players. And that's where that shit I believe you can come in and they can do whatever the fuck they want, right? And some kind of way they got us believing we doing it, but on that local level, that's me. But on that national level, that's some it's real Hollywood production shit going on for real. All right, I'm done.
For sure. So now we're gonna get to Black Majority State. We're gonna get to Y'all Lotus. We're gonna get to Ishmael, and I'm gonna get into New Vibe CBD clip because I need my Black American family to please retweet that Black-owned business. Also, make sure y'all still retweet the space. Some of the Black American family may miss out on the conversation, but we still want them to catch the recording, right? There you go. Go ahead, Black Majority. You got the floor.
Okay, man, I'm in full agreement with Unc and the calming down of the space. There are these different levels. There's the national side, and again, if our people are going to engage in that, then I'm going to give the advice that I feel is going to put us in the best position always. Local, county, state authority is really the only thing that we should be focused on. And what I'm hearing in this space is a lot of people who are having a political conversation or talking about things our ancestors did in the past, and then they're not coming around and connecting that to the actual power that they needed, that they actually understood they needed, and that they've been diverted from, and that we've been diverted from literally for hundreds of years, which is state power and state authority. So when we're talking about politics, we're talking about politics. That's the political theater. That's what we're immersed in, and that's what the topic of the space is, literally. It's about this political theater. But if we're talking about actual power and authority, then it's a different conversation, and it has to shift to how do we get actual power and authority. And what I hear is frustration from people saying, you're not this, you're not that, you ain't about that life, yada, yada, yada. But if we're going to be honest, and I'm very honest in the spaces I hold, the people who were about that life were eliminated in the 60s and 70s because there's no signs of any black liberation or any black power movements since that time. Black politics became black establishment. It really got corporatized, and we have what we have. For those who do still have some type of revolutionary mindset, I say, what part of the country do you live in? Look around yourself, analyze whether or not there are enough black voters in your state, not in your city, not in your county, in your state to actually get the power that you need. And if the answer to that question is no, which it is no in all 50 states, then you have to make a revolutionary decision to migrate and move and organize so that you can get to state power, because that's the only power that we can actually get to in this country. And it's a phenomenal power, it's a magnificent power, it's an extremely powerful authority to have and hold. And so until we start thinking like that and talking like that and disconnect politics from power, we're going to have these circular conversations. People are going to be frustrated. And we're actually always going to be playing to the hands of the oppressors who set up the Somali takeover and pushed our people out, who set up the California takeover and pushed our people out, who are setting up the Texas and Detroit and Chicago. They set it all up to push our people out. But we're not still understanding that we have to concentrate, ethno-aggregate, and put our pieces together so that we can vote our way into actual power, control the budget, control the laws, control the Constitution, control the judiciary, and control the prosecution of those who would cause us harm. That can happen, but it's not going to happen if you think you're going to go to war with these people, because these people practice war daily. They've been practicing war for the last 400 or 500 years on this soil. So that is a fantasy, because you're not even prepared to go to war with these people. If we had a state and we had an army, a legal standing army, then we would be in a position to go to war. But until then, it's all hyperbole, and I'll just end on that.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Y'all Lotus with the good eyebrows, good lashes, and the smell good. You got the flow.
Hey, Kush, Kush.
Wait, is she talking?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, she's talking.
Sis, drop.
She's talking.
Damn, I can't hear. Sis, drop down and come back up,
Okay.
please. I want to hear what you got to say. Somebody tell her to drop down. Maybe she can't hear me. Okay, there she goes. She gonna drop down. Woo! We in here, y'all. Like I said, don't forget to see me tonight, 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're gonna have a conversation about the Boule versus Black America. You know what I'm talking about? Be there, be square. Don't be a hater all your life. Y'all Lotus, say something, sis. Yes, ma'am. You have the floor.
Hello, my dear. Thanks for hosting this, Kush. And peace to the room. Peace and blessings to everybody. I'm listening in, and I hear a lot of emotional talk. There was one brother that was on the stage, and he said that Black men have been intentionally removed from political spaces due to systematic racism, essentially. And when he said that, my first thought was, for the past, I'm going to say 20, 25 years, a lot of Black men decided to remove themselves from politics because of the verbiage of those such as KJ. The victimization of it all, the we don't matter, the it doesn't matter. And this is how immigration became a problem, because the Black American vote was replaced, because your vote does mean something, especially on a local level. Locally, we have the power to go in. Do you understand how these cities become sanctuary cities because of mayors? We have that power. We have that control. Chicago would never believe that their beloved mayor, Harold Washington, is what made Chicago a sanctuary city. There was a time where we were politically involved and we got distracted. We listened to others tell us what our fate was. We listened to others tell us that we were victims, when I know that I've lived a life that most white Americans can only dream of. But I wasn't raised in a house of separation. I wasn't raised in a community of separation. We were told facts. And the fact was that we can do and become anything. I am not a Democrat, nor am I a Republican. I consider myself to be more moderate and independent because I do not like group thinking. I do not like to commit myself to a person or a political party. Because if you do that, you don't have the independence to change your thoughts or do critical thinking. I look at both parties. I cannot stand Kamala. I loathe Kamala, actually, because when she ran for president, I did a lot of research on Kamala. And I understand she is not a Black American. Her father's Jamaican or whatever that shit. It's not about her being Black enough. It's just her not being a Black American. She is who her mother is. We are who our mothers are. And she's an Asian woman. Okay, cool. I get that. But her political stance and what she did to rise to the top outside of the rumors of her being a hoe, what she really did was prove that she didn't give a fuck about locking people up. And it wasn't just Black Americans. It was also Hispanics. It was also the lower class, poverty-stricken white people. This is not about Black and white. We have to remove the racism in things when we want to get to a particular place. I don't give a fuck if a candidate is white. Nixon was white, but he put us in a position to win. I don't give a fuck that he said we will vote for Democrats for
What?
200. Listen to what I'm saying.
What the fuck are
He
you
said,
talking?
Let her speak uninterrupted. Everybody is uninterrupted because I'm supposed to be into the space soon. The more you interrupt, the less I can't hold this. The less I can't get into the next space. Let her speak uninterrupted. We got Ishmael and we got K Cassis, and then I'm gonna play my little interview and I'm playing the song and we gotta end the space.
listen to what I'm saying. It is not to offend anyone. What I'm saying is as soon as somebody gets in office with the idea that they're going to play us, we're supposed to already strategically be ahead of the game. We're supposed to already use what they think. They put us in the position to vote Democrat. But if we were strategically paying attention and not voting party, we would have already moved. We would have already moved a line. We have to look at people as fucking pawns for us. We have to think the whole move to Trump. I think that it was supposed to be a move to the Republican Party, right? And I look at Trump as using Black Americans to get where he wants to be, right? We're supposed to look at these situations and say, this is where we want to go politically. This person is talking that talk that we need to hear. However, we're not committed to this person. When the moves change, we're supposed to change as well. Trump is full of shit. Kamala is full of shit. Kennedy, I believe, is doing the same thing. They're all trying to get to their place where they need to be. My problem is what is giving immigrants rights in our country? How does that take away our rights? Opposed to Trump and his idea with Project 2025, and they really want to just take away the rights of all Americans. That's where I stand politically. I think we need to do independent research more. And one of the brothers mentioned that kids are using litter boxes in a school in Pennsylvania, things like that. That's already been debunked. I think the gays are out. I don't think the gays are going back in a closet. And I think this is the time for us, instead of being fear when it comes to the LGBTQ plus community, I think it's time for us to start having these one-on-one conversations with our children, letting our children know so they can't be groomed. Don't close them off from it, because even if Trump becomes president and he changes laws for these people, they're not going anywhere. They're still going to be there. So we need to talk to our children. We need to let our children know so nobody can come in and groom them. Locally, we need to get with these politicians, not allowing things to happen in our schools and in our communities that we don't want. We have that power. I'm saying at the end of the day, we have to remove emotion. We have to do independent study, and we need to get back busy politically because we became distracted somewhere along the line. That's my piece. Thank you.
Thank you. Ishmael with the real hair with the good locks, and I like how your nose to the middle of your face because it bring out the color in your forehead. You got the floor.
Thanks, Kush. Thanks for letting me speak. Glad to be here. I just want to concede, really, to what the last few people have said. Ben and Unc and Ya. I mean, I don't know about Nixon, Miss Ya, respectfully, but but I want to concede to pretty much most of what everyone has said. I do want to say that the thing that always kind of perturbs me a little bit when people say that we shouldn't vote or shouldn't participate in voting is kind of whether or not they understand the history of voting in this country for Black Americans, whether or not they understand or know about the Opelousas massacre, the Colfax massacre,
Exactly. Fuck a vote. I'm good.
the Wilmington massacre. I don't know why you're interrupting me, sir. I was very respectful when I came up here to
Fuck a
everybody.
vote, man. If you
Quit with the interruptions, please. It's only one mic outside of myself that needs to be speaking, please. Because I have to end this space soon. I have stuff to do as well. And then we have another space starting up. So, yeah, that's kind of like where I'm at with it. Thanks for being respectful.
Yeah, and I want to be clear, like Black people have been murdered in this country and lynched in this country for, participating in voting. And the reason why is because, obviously, um, there is power there, right? It's obviously it's directing and exuding and exerting it in the proper places. And so when people say local and state elections, or local and state offices, that's where it starts. People kind of generally think, and I'm not saying people in this room, I'm saying that there are a lot of people who think in this country, Black, white, whatever you are, that it trickles down from the presidential level, but it's actually the opposite. It actually trickles down from the state and local um, uh, levels into the presidential level, because when you can control, your area, your general area, that actually segues because you're able to build, and then you're able to expand out from what you've built. And this is why there's been, violence towards Black men, Black women and children, in regards to voting suppression. And there's an entire history during Reconstruction and Jim Crow of white people not wanting Black people to vote, not being able to have this power to vote. And a lot of that is at the state and local level. And so it isn't proper war strategy, right? As um, as Brother Black Majority says, it's not proper war strategy to just say we're not going to participate, right? Because there can be that duality there of people who are addressing the issues with voting and people who are actually, um, uh, you know, uh, gathering people, galvanizing people to vote and understanding the system of voting and where we really need to place that. Um, and then there's going to be people who are going to do other things politically or social economically, and so on and so forth. So I think berating people for wanting to vote, or at least wanting to understand the structure of voting, especially when we have 400 years of history in this country of Black people dying, Black people being murdered over wanting to vote, because obviously there is a power there that can be wielded in a way that makes these people fearful. And that's the reason why Black people are being murdered and massacred in this country, even still to this day. And there's things like voter suppression